Hello, and welcome back to the Gloucester Folk Trail. Today is our final day, and we've got a day filled with things for you to enjoy. We've got music coming up very shortly from Bygones, and several acts to follow that. Check out the programme. We've also got a ceilidh at 3 p.m. This is through Zoom, so if you join, then you can dance like nobody's watching. We also have storytelling at 6 p.m. from Chloe Green of the Midnight Storytellers, and at 7:30 we have an online folk club that you can take part in via Zoom. And in between all of that, there's music, poetry and performance. I hope you've been enjoying the event so far, and I hope you enjoy this final day. All the best from the Folk Trail team.
Because we live on May Hill, we obviously haven't been able to get into Gloucester recently because of the restrictions. Whenever we are in, there's one business in the central business district that we always try and support, and that's the wonderful Pepper's Cafe. And we look forward to visiting again as soon as we're able. We're going to play a couple of very, very early English songs. In fact, some of the very earliest English songs. The first one dates from 1280, and it's very special in Gloucester because it was actually written in Gloucester. It was written at the Lanterney Secunda Priory. It's called Eddie Beodhu. Our next song is actually even older than that. This one dates from about 1240, an English song, and of course it's about that typical English thing, the weather. Of course, in those days, before the days of central heating and supermarkets, the winter was quite a fearful time, and this song is all about the English winter. It says it's great in summer when the birds are singing, but oh, the long winters, long nights. And the final line says, and we sorrow, mourn and fast. Merry it is the wild summery last, with foodless song. Och no may her windes blast, and weather strong. I what this night is long, and it will well mitchell wrong. Sorgen moon and fast. One of the most wonderful collections of English music was published between the 1660s and 1720s by Playford, and they were largely dance tunes which were popular at that time. We're going to play now three of them, Ruffty Tuffty, Hunt the Squirrel and Jamaica. Okay, we're going to follow that with a tune from a similar era. This one was used for circular dances, including around the maypole. The tune is Salinger's Round. Now, we've organised a number of festivals in Gloucester for pipe and tabla players, and this has included some of the virtuoso players from overseas. And a good few years ago now, we had a player, Juanma Sanchez from Spain, and he came and enjoyed Gloucester and played here. And a few years after, we lost one of our members, and he wrote this piece in his memory. This piece is a Pascalis, which is playing on the streets, and it has a very specific Pascalis rhythm. few years later, we had a Canadian pipe terror player came, and he enjoyed it so much here that a few years later he came back with his Border Morris side, and one of the places they went to was the Upton Folk Festival, and they asked us to play along with them to provide the music, and from them we learnt this tune, which is they call Hunt the Hare, and so we always call it the Canadian Hunt the Hare. This tune is a local Morris tune. Many of the villages had Morris sides in years gone by, and May Hill was no exception. In the 1800s, it had an active Morris side, and they had somebody who went in procession carrying a couple of swords, and then one of the dances, the swords would be laid on the ground, and one of the dancers would dance this to this tune over the swords. The tune is a variant of Greensleeves.
Hello, and welcome to Gloucester Folk Trail 2021, which is being done on behalf of Gloucester BID. My name is Invisible Tom, and I'm going to play some balalaika music for you. But I do have a business within the Gloucester BID area which I would like to promote as part of this, and it is the Gloucestershire Bike Project, which is based in 16 Commercial Road, right in the centre of Gloucester. Very good company. We've had several bikes from them. They've also fixed my bike on occasion. They'll do new bike and second-hand bike and repairs. So very good local company. Please support them. Right, the first song I'm going to do tonight is called Hopak, which is a Russian and Ukrainian song to which the Cossacks used to do their dances when they came home and show off how hard and fit and strong they were. This song is a Polish song. It's called Góralu ci nie żal. Góralu ci nie żal, odchodzić od stron ojczystych, zwiechowić lasu i hal, i też potoku pierdzystyć. Góralu ci nie żal, góralu wracaj do hal, góralu ci nie żal, góralu wrócę do hał. A góra na góry spociera, żire karmo ciela, góry porzucić trzeba, da chleba panie, da chleba. Góralu, sici nie za. Góralu, wracaj do hał. Góralu, sici nie za. Góralu, wracaj do hał. Odwraca głowę dycha, od dolu moja ręczyka, i matka porzucić trzeba. Da chleba panie, da chleba. Góralu, sici nie za. Góralu, wracaj do hał. Góralu, sici nie za. Góralu, wracaj do hał. Góralu, sici nie za. This is a Russian song called Kalinka. Kalinka, kalinka, kalinka moja, sadu jagody malinka, malinka moja. Kalinka, kalinka, kalinka moja, sadu jagody malinka, malinka moja. Kalinka, kalinka, kalinka moja, sadu jagody malinka, malinka moja. Ach ty krasawica, dusza dewica, poliubisz ty меня. Kalinka, kalinka, kalinka moja, sadu jagody malinka, malinka moja. Kalinka, kalinka, kalinka moja, sadu jagody malinka, malinka moja. Kalinka, kalinka, kalinka moja, sadu jagody malinka, malinka moja. Zilja Palina, zilja omiloko, niczego na zilja. Kalinka, kalinka, kalinka moja, sadu jagody malinka, malinka moja. Kalinka, kalinka, kalinka moja, sadu jagody malinka, malinka moja. Kalinka, kalinka, kalinka moja, sadu jagody malinka, malinka moja. Kalinka, kalinka, kalinka moja, sadu jagody malinka, malinka moja. Kalinka, kalinka, kalinka moja, sadu jagody malinka, malinka moja. This is a song from the Andes, from Argentina, and it's not really written for balalaika, but I think it fits. So here goes. It's called Viejito. This is a Welsh song. It's called Gwahoddiad, and it's actually written by an American called Lewis Hartsock, but it's kind of been adopted by Welsh. It's actually my favourite tune that's in Welsh. So. Mi galaf dan y lais an galw anna fi I ddod I golchi mai y gyd an afon Calvary O glwyd am a fi a dy walwadi Can y fynaid yn y gwaed a gaid y Calvary A Iesu sy'n fy ngwath a dybyn gyda'i saint Fydd gobiad cared piwr y heth a phob rhyw'n efo ffraint O glwyd am a fi a dy warwadi Can y fynaid yn y gwaed a gaid a Calvary Gogoniad byth am drefn ac hanod aglanhad Dyfoniaeth des yw fel y rwff a chanaf am y gwaed O goed am a fi a dy warwadi Can y fynaid yn y gwaed a gaid a Calvary O glwyd am a fi a dy warwadi Can y fynaid yn y gwaed a gaid a Calvary This is a very typical Russian song. It's from the Second World War, just before, and it's called Katusha. Ros Vitali a bonni yw grwsi Pobli lit o manid na'r y coi Fi hodi I lan a berig o twsia Na fysog I berig na grwtoi Fi hodi I lan a berig o twsia Na fysog I berig na grwtoi Hoi! Hodila, pesnios a vodila, Robs no go sizagora, Roto go, Cotta go, go lubila, Roto go, chip is the baragla, Roto go, Cotta go, go lubila, Roto go, chip is the baragla. Ros Vitali a bonni y grwsi Pobli lit o maned na'r y coi Vi har delar na berg och tosha, na wysoki berg na krutoj. Vi har delar na berg och tosha, na wysoki berg na krutoj. Hoi! This song is partly in Ukrainian and partly in Polish. It's called Yikav Kozak Zadunai in Ukrainian and Hej Sokoi in Polish. And they're basically the same song, but with slight differences. But it's very widespread across both countries. Yikav Kozak Zadunai, skazав tycienie praszczaj, Tikoni kuwarniki, nesita hulaj. Lushipula ties in atta, Lushipula nie kokata, Lushipula ties in at, Chintapa zabovat. Lushipula ties in atta, Lushipula nie kokata, Lushipula ties in atta, Chintapa zabovat. Tam cisna czarny wody, stada na kon kozak młody. Szule żegna się dziewczyna, jeszcze szule z Ukrainy. Hej, 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 sokoły, omiecie goły, lasy doły. Dzwonecku, mój stepowy skowroneczku. Hej, 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 sokoły, omiecie goły, lasy doły. Dzwonecku, mój stepowy dzwon. Żal dziewczyna, żal zielone Ukraina, żal serce płacia, już się wiedzie nie zobaczia. Hej, 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 sokoły, omiecie goły, lasy doły. Dzwonecku, mój stepowy skowroneczku. Hej, 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 sokoły, omiecie goły, lasy doły. Dzwonecku, mój stepowy dzwon. Wino dajcie, a ja chomry pochowajcie na zielone Ukrainie. Przychochanie my dziewczynia. Hej, 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 sokoły, omiecie goły, lasy doły. Dzwonecku, mój stepowy skowroneczku. Hej, 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 sokoły, omiecie goły, lasy doły. Dzwonecku, mój stepowy dzwon. You may recognise this next song. It's called Korobushka. It's also the theme to the game Tetris, which comes from Russia. So it's a Russian song. this would be my last song tonight. It's called Samagon or Moonshine, and it's another Russian song. And before I go, I'd like to say a big thank you to Gloucester Folk Trail 2021, Gloucester BID, and Gloucestershire Bike Project. Hope to see you all soon at a live concert very soon, when this business of COVID is all over, which I hope happens very soon. Look forward to it. Here is Samagon. Thank you and good night.
Hello, we are Gwilym and Carol Davis. Gwilym, Carol, hi. Welcome to our home. It's where we can be in these days, isn't it? So, we're going to sing for you and play for you some traditional, mainly traditional music, occasional modern piece as well. And we're looking forward very much to doing that for you.
Yes, we got folk songs from both sides of the Atlantic, and a lot of them tell stories and they're ballads, and we've slipped in one very modern piece written in the 70s to bring things right up to date. So sit back and I hope you enjoy the music. Well, this is a little tale of highway robbery, or rather of how a young farm boy managed to trick the robber and get away with not only with the money but his horse as well. Horses were worth a lot in those days. This is a version. It's called Jack and the Robber. There are other names for it, but this was collected. I learned it from a local gypsy, Danny Brazel at Staverton, and this is his version, Jack and the Robber. It's of an old farmer, I mean to tell you plain. He had a servant boy, and Jack was his name. He said to him, Jack, take the cow to the fair, for she's in good order for all that I could spare. With me fall-a-diddle-lie-do, fall-a-diddle-lay. Jack drove the cow straight out of the barn and up to the fair. The cow he did run. He wasn't long there before he met 3 men, and there he sold the cow for £13.10. With me fall-a-diddle-lie-do, fall-a-diddle-lay. Jack went in the pub late for to get a drink, and unto the landlord his ready money chinked. Where shall I put this money to the landlord, he did say, for fear on the road it is robbed I will be. With me fall-a-diddle-lie-do, fall-a-diddle-lay. In the lining of your coat you must sew it then, said he, right fear on the road it is robbed you will be. For the robber in the corner sat drinking of his wine, and said to himself, all that money will be mine. When you fall-a-diddle-lie-do, fall-a-diddle-lay. Jack left the public and started for home. The robber followed after him straight out of the room. I'll be glad of your company, young man, he did say, and he jumped in the saddle and so they rode away. With me fall-a-diddle-lie-do, fall-a-diddle-lay. They jogged along together to a bend in the lane, and now said the robber, I mean to tell you plain, come deliver up your money without no more delay, or else this very moment your life will take away. With me fall-a-diddle-lie-do, fall-a-diddle-lay. Jack drew the money from the lining of his coat, and all about the green grass he threw it all about, while the robber picked the money up from down among the grass. Jack jumped in the saddle and rode away his horse. With me fall-a-diddle-lie-do, fall-a-diddle-lay. Of the servants of Jack coming home, and unto his master quickly he did run. Oh master, oh here comes Jack, he's a-riding in the gate upon a horse's back. With me fall-a-diddle-lie-do, fall-a-diddle-lay. Oh master, the servant he did say, it is no loss, for I think he's done a swap. Well tell me now Jack, did you buy the beast, or how did the cow turn into a horse? With me fall-a-diddle-lie-do, fall-a-diddle-lay. master, I mean to tell you plain. I met a bold robber on the highway as I came. While he was picking up the money that I threw down on the grass. To bring you home commission, sir, I brought you home his horse. With me for the diddle-I-do, for the diddle-I. The saddlebags were open and there they did behold 500 bright guineas and some silver and some gold. A pair of bright pistols, the farmer he did well. He said, well done, Jack, for you well sold the cow. With me for the diddle-I-do, for the diddle-I. With me for the diddle-I-do, for the diddle-I. With me for the diddle-I-do, for the diddle-I. This is a tune from northwest Spain, from a band that played traditional Galician music called Miladoiro, and it's called No Confín dos Verdes Castros. Now, Castro is a sort of Neolithic hill fort, and there are lots of them dotted around northwest Spain. So the translation of it would be in the confine of the green hill forts. What do you think about that for a title then, Carol?
A bit long, but very picturesque.
It is, isn't it?
This is a lovely tune written by Miladoiro.
Here we go. As you probably know, a lot of British ballads and songs were taken over to America by the settlers, and they found a home in the Appalachian Mountains. And a lot of these ballads were lost over the side of the pond, but carried on over there, and were still being sung, and are still being sung. This is a very old ballad which folklorists call The Wife of Usher's Well. However, most versions of it don't mention Usher's Well at all, which is rather curious. This version comes from North Carolina and is called There Was a Woman. Rather spooky story. A woman's 3 sons or 3 children die of a mysterious illness. And then they come back to her. Ghost story. There was a woman. There was a woman and she lived alone, and a baby she had 3. She sent them away to the North Country to learn their great Emery. They'd not been gone but a very short time, scarcely 6 weeks to the day, when death cold death spread through the land and took them babes away. She's prayed to the Lord in heaven above, wearing the starry crown. Oh, bring to me my 3 little babes tonight or in the morning soon. Very close to Christmas time, and the nights were dark and long, and the very next morning at the break of day, them babes come running home. She's laid a table for them to eat, on it spread bread and wine. Come eat, come drink, my 3 little babes. Come with me, come drink of wine. Oh, mother, we cannot eat your bread, neither can we drink your wine, for tomorrow morning at the break of day, our Saviour must rejoin. She's made a bed in the backmost room, on it she spread a sheet, and on the top a golden spread to help them babes to sleep. Rise up, said the eldest one. Rise up, said she, for tomorrow morning at the break of day, our Saviour must receive. Clods of clay roll o'er our heads, green grass grows at our feet, and thy sweet tears, my mother dear, will wet our winding sheet. There was a woman, and she lived alone. Okay, we're going to sing Scarborough Fair. Scarborough Fair is a very well-known song, of course, particularly in the version that Simon and Garfunkel recorded, which is actually a Yorkshire version. But there are lots of other different versions of it in the British Isles and over in America. This is a particularly fine one that we learnt from a singer in the Swindon Folk Song Club. Goes like this.
Are you going to Scarborough Fair?
Remember me to one who is there.
Remember me to one who is there, for once she was a true love of mine. Tell her to make me a cambric shirt,
Without no stitching nor fine needlework.
without no stitching nor fine needlework, and then she'll be a true love of mine. Tell her to wash it in yonder dry well,
Where water ne'er sprung nor drop of rain fell.
where water ne'er sprung nor drop of rain fell, and then she'll be a true love of mine. Tell her to dry it on yonder thorn,
Where blossomed their bloom since Adam was born.
Where blossomed their bloom since Adam was born, and there shall be a true love of mine. Tell her to find me an acre of land between the salt sea and the sea strand, between the salt sea and the sea strand, and then she'll be a true love of mine. Tell her to plough it with her ram's horn, and blond it all over with one peppercorn, and blond it all over with one peppercorn, and then she'll be a true love of mine. Tell her to reap it with a sickle of leather, and tie it all up with a bunch of fine feathers, and tie it all up with a bunch of fine feathers, and then she'll be a true love of mine. Are you going to Scarborough Fair?
Remember me to one who is there.
Remember me to one who is there, for once
She was a true love of mine.
Yes.
This is a story of highway robbery. Features 3 jolly butchers. I don't know if you know many butchers. Are they usually jolly? Do you know many jolly butchers? Some of them are quite miserable actually, but never mind. That's another story. And it also features a naked woman.
Oh. Oh.
It's not Carol. It's only part of the song, you understand. But she turns out to be not what she seems. And we have dastardly murder before the end of the song.
Ooh.
3 jolly butchers. It's of 3 jolly butchers, as I've heard many say. They were going to some market town, their money for to pay. They rode together for a mile or 2 and a little more beside. Says Johnson unto Gibson, I heard a woman cry. Then stop I won't, says Gibson, stop I won't, says Ride. Then stop I will, says Johnson, for I heard a woman cry. And Johnson he alighted and viewed the ground all round, and saw this naked woman with her hairpin to the ground. How came you here, says Johnson, how came you here, said he?
2 highwaymen never robbed me, and that you can plainly see.
So Johnson, being a valiant man, a man of courage bold, he took the coat from off his back to keep her from the cold. And Johnson, being a valiant man, a man of valiant mind, well, he got up upon his horse and sat her on behind. And as they rode along the road as fast as they could ride, she put her fingers to her lips and gave 3 piercing cries. Out sprang 10 bold highwaymen with weapons in their hands. They stepped up to young Johnson and boldly bid him stand. Then stand I will, says Johnson, as long as e'er I can. For I never was in all my life afraid of any man. And Johnson, being a valiant man, he made those bullets fly, till 9 of those 10 highwaymen all on the ground did lie. This wicked woman standing by young Johnson did not mind. She took a knife off from her side and stabbed him from behind. But the day it being a market day and the people passing by, they saw this woman's dreadful deed and raised a hue and cry. And she was down to Newgate brought, bound in iron strong, for killing the finest butcher boy that ever the sun shone on. For killing the finest butcher boy that ever the sun shone on. Three Jolly Butchers.
Our next song is actually a hunting song, but unusually for such things, this is one in which the fox gets the better of the huntsman. It's a wonderful song written by Graham Pratt. I believe it's based on a legend that he heard and felt he really ought to write a song about. And we love hearing Graham and Eileen singing this. It's one of our favourites. So this is The Black Fox. As we were out hunting one morning in the spring, with hounds and horses running well, make the hills and valleys ring. But to our great misfortune, no fox could there be found, and the huntsman cursed and swore, but still no fox moved over the ground. Then spoke our gallant huntsman, at the head of the hounds rode he.
Oh, we have ridden for a full 3 hours, but no fox have we seen. And there is strength still in me, and I must have my chase. And if only the devil himself came by, we'd run him such a race. Like lightning, a fox from out his hole. His fur was the colour of a starless night, his eyes like burning coal. We chased him over the valley, we chased him over the field, we chased him over the river bank, but never would he yield. He's jumped into the water, and he swam to the other side, and he's laughed so loud that the greenwood shook, and he's turned to the huntsman and cried,
Ride on, my gallant huntsman, when shall I come again? Oh, never shall you want a fox to chase all over the plain. And when your need is greatest, just call upon my name, and I will come and you shall have the best of sport and game.
In wonder, all the hounds ran back to hide, for the fox had changed to the devil himself, where he stood on the other side. And men on hounds and horses went flying back to town, and hard on the hills came a little black fox, laughing as he ran.
Ride on, my gallant huntsman, when shall I come again? Oh, never shall you want a fox to chase along the plain.
Ride on, my gallant huntsman, when shall I come again? Oh, never shall you want a fox to chase along the lane.
Hello, my name's Bill Craswell, and I'd like to welcome you to my section of the Gloucester Folk Trail 2021. Now, as you can see, my backdrop is the courtyard of the New Inn in Gloucester, and the New Inn is one of the oldest pubs in Gloucester. Now, during the last Shanty Festival, my band Blackthorn Buskers and I were playing in this very same courtyard, and it was lunchtime, and the New Inn were kind enough to feed us, and we enjoyed the food very much, so I can personally recommend the New Inn to you. So make sure you give that a try. Now, for my set, I'm going to play a number of songs from around the world that I collected over the time I've been playing. I'm going to start off in Australia with a song about sheep shearing. Oh, the springtime it brings on the shearing, and it's then that you'll see them in groves. To the West Country station they're steering, to find them a job on the coves, with me ragged old swag on me shoulder, and a billy cord pot in me hand. I'll tell you, will astonish the new chums when they see how we travel the land. From the Billabong, Marie and Loddon, to the far Tartria and back, all the mountains and trails are well trodden by the men on their wallaby track, with me ragged old swag on me shoulder, and a billy cord pot in me hand. I'll tell you, will astonish the new chums when they see how we travel the land. Now there's some folk that stick during shearing, then they shoulder their swag on their back. For the rest of the year they'll be steering on the well-beloved wallaby track, with me ragged old swag on me shoulder, and a billy cord pot in me hand. I'll tell you, will astonish the new chums when they see how we travel the land. After the shearing is over and the wool season's now at an end, well, it's then that you'll see them flash shearers making Johnny cakes down on the bend, with me ragged old swag on me shoulder, and a billy cord pot in me hand. I'll tell you, will astonish the new chums when they see how we travel the land, with me ragged old swag on me shoulder, and a billy cord pot in me hand. I'll tell you, will astonish the new chums when they see how we travel the land. When they see how we travel the land, they'll see how we travel the land. Springtime it brings on the shearing. Now I'd like to do a song by one of my favourite songwriters, a guy called Pete St. John. You might recognise, wrote Rare Old Times and perhaps a more well-known song, Fields of Athenry, which a lot of people seem to think is a traditional song. But I'm not going to do either of those two. This is a song, a love song to a girl that lives in Dublin in an area called Ringsend. It's called Ringsend Rose. In Dublin town there lives a girl fairer than the flower I'm wearing, Rose Donahue. All
fresh and new, and I love her past all caring. There she goes, my rings and rose, in God's garden there's none rarer. There she goes, my rings and rose, Dublin town has seen none rarer. Sweet 17, my seamstress queen, she's no beggar than a thimble, satin skin, street urchin's grin. Sure she makes the work seem simple. There she goes, my rings and rose, in God's garden there's none rarer. There she goes, my rings and rose, Dublin town has seen none fairer. 3 yards of lace to walk with grace, it's a golden ring she's asking. Well, the saving's slow, still I know that our love is everlasting. There she goes, my rings and rose, in God's garden there's none rarer. There she goes, my rings and rose, Dublin town has known none fairer. There she goes, my rings and rose, in God's garden there's none rarer. There she goes, my rings and rose, Dublin town has known none fairer. Dublin town has known none fairer. That's Rings and Rose. Well, if you cast your mind back, I don't know if any of you can remember this. Do you remember the Smurfs and Father Abraham? Well, I'm not going to do the Smurfs song, but Father Abraham did take a Dutch folk song and turn it into a nice pop song. And I first heard it by the Furies, and George of the Furies, he said, well, he said we couldn't really translate it, so we just made our own words up. And and our bass guitarist in Blackthorn Buskers, he is Dutch, and so we said to him, "Hey, Gerd, did they make the words up?" He said, "Yeah, they made them up." So when we actually do it with the Blackthorn Buskers, we actually do a verse and a chorus in Dutch. Well, Gerd does, but I'm not going to be able to do that for you tonight. But here's my my version of Red Rose Cafe. Well, they come from the farms and factories too. They all soon forget who they are. Cares of today will soon fade away as they sit on a stool by the bar. Girl with green eyes in the Rolling Stone shirt doesn't look like she works on the land. And the man at the end is a very good friend of a man who sells cars second-hand. Down at the Red Rose Cafe in the harbour, there by the port just outside Amsterdam. Everyone shares in the songs and the laughter. Everyone there is happy to be there. Salesmen relax with a few pints of beer and they try not to think about trade. Poet won't write any verses tonight, though he may sing a sweet serenade. So pull up a chair and forget about life. It's a good thing to do now and then. If you like it here, I have an idea. Tomorrow let's all come again. Down at the Red Rose Cafe in the harbour, there by the port just outside Amsterdam. Everyone shares in the songs and the laughter. Everyone there is happy to be there. Down at the Red Rose Cafe in the harbour, there by the port just outside Amsterdam. Everyone shares in the songs and the laughter. Everyone there is happy to be there. Everyone there so happy to be there. The Red Rose Cafe, and it sounds like a really nice place, doesn't it? Okay, well, when I first started in folk music, this was in around about the mid-70s, I guess, and which seems like quite a long time ago now. Oh, it is a long time ago now. But when you went to a club, it was mostly audience with a few singers. But fast forward to today, you go to a club now and it's 80%, maybe 80-90% singers, and a very small audience, a very small valued audience, might I say. So anyway, I thought I've written a song about it, really, the difference between those days and now. It does mention three of the main venues in the area that we used to go to. The first one is the Xmas Arms, which I'm sure anybody in Cheltenham knows where that is, on the Bath Road, and it's still there. And the second one mentioned is the Victory Club, which used to be the Conservative Club, and it was in Montpellier. And then the third venue was the notorious Ship on Key Street in Gloucester. That's no longer there either. So those are the three main places. Hope you like my song. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk used to be. The Exmouth Arms, the Victory Club, ship beside the quay. The audience was bigger than in the 1970s. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. Last night as I lay on my bed, I dreamed of days of yore. Folk nights at the Exmouth Arms, the room above the bar, a roaring oil heater with its chimney high and wide. I sang there for the first time. The audience was kind. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. The Exmouth Arms, the Victory Club, the ship beside the quay. The audience was bigger than in the 1970s. Song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. The Victory Club in Cheltenham was the strangest place of all. A room of left-wing socialists in the Tory party hall. There was every kind of singer, storyteller, poetry. The song wainers, they filled the room with three-part harmony. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. The Exmouth Arms, the Victory Club, the ship beside the quay. The audience was bigger than in the 1970s. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. The back room of the ship on the quay in Gloucester town had many fine folk singers, bluesmen of high renown. They said avoid the front bar as homeward we did steer. Those ladies that you'll find there may not be what they appear. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. The Exmouth Arms, the Victory Club, the ship beside the quay. The audience was bigger than in the 1970s. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. The audience has lessened now, but the scene is still alight. Folk singers keep tradition, songwriters they still write. Across our county folk clubs meet in pub and club and bar. Our singers keep the songs alive for the next folk revival. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. The Exmouth Arms, the Victory Club, ship beside the quay. The audience was bigger than in the 1970s. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. Sing a song of yesterday and the folk that used to be. Sing a song of yesterday. This song's by a guy called Phil Coulter. Phil Coulter's quite famous for writing songs for the Eurovision Song Contest. Like, for instance, he wrote Puppet on a String for Sandy Shaw and Congratulations for Cliff Richards. But I'm not going to do either of those two. I'm going to do a song he wrote about around the Troubles in Northern Ireland. And it's about a couple really that have more or less had enough and they want to get out. And it's called Steal Away. Hope you like it. Steal away, let's steal away. No reason left to stay here. For me and you, let's start anew. Darling, steal away. Let's steal away and chase our dreams. Hope they never find us. The dreary days, the endless nights, we'll leave them all behind us. Steal away, let's steal away. No reason left to stay here. For me and you, let's start anew. Darling, steal away. Well, we'll leave behind those city streets, the gloom, the desolation, the rain, the cold, just growing old. Lord knows it's a sad old station. Steal away, let's steal away. No reason left to stay here. For me and you, let's start anew. Darling, steal away. We'll leave with just our memories and start a new beginning. Well, we have to choose to win or to lose, and it's time that we started winning. Steal away, let's steal away. No reason left to stay here. For me and you, let's start anew. Darling, steal away. Steal away, let's steal away. No reason left to stay here. For me and you, let's start anew. Darling, steal away. Darling, steal away. Steal Away from Phil Coulter. Well, this is going to be my last song, and before I finish, I'd really like to say thanks for watching me. And also, great thanks to the organisers of the Folk Trail 2021. I know it's a lot of work, awful lot of work, so thank you for that. So the song I'm going to finish with is from Southern Ireland, and it's a song about longing for an attractive girl. It is based on quite an old, the tune is a very old, much darker song, but this is called Star of County Down. Near the Banbridge town in the County Down, one morning in mid-July, down a boring green came a sweet Colleen, and she smiled as she passed me by. She looked so sweet from her two white feet to the sheen of her nut brown hair. Such a coaxing elf, had to shake myself to be sure she was really there. From Bantry Bay down to Derry Quay, from Galway to Dublin town, not a maid I've seen like the brown Colleen that I met in the County Down. As she onward sped, sure shook my head, and I gazed with a feeling red. And I says I to a passerby, who's the maid with the nut brown hair. He smiled at me, then he says he, she's the jewel in Ireland's crown. Young Mosey McCann from the banks of the Bann, she's the star of the County Down. From Bantry Bay down to Derry Quay, from Galway to Dublin town, not a maid I've seen like the brown Colleen that I met in the County Down. At Harvest Fair, well, she sure be there, and I dress in me Sunday clothes, with me hat cocked right and me shoes shone bright, for a smile from me nut brown rose. No pipe I'll smoke and no horse I'll yoke, till me plough turns a rust-coloured brown, and a smiling bride at me own fireside sits the star of the County Down. From Bantry Bay down to Derry Quay, from Galway to Dublin town, not a maid I've seen like the brown Colleen that I met in the County Down. From Bantry Bay down to Derry Quay, from Galway to Dublin town, that I met in the County Down.
Hello, my name is Jane Springham and I'm a storyteller based here in Gloucestershire, and it's lovely to be with you at this online Gloucestershire Folk Trail for 2021. I'm sure you've already enjoyed lots of the events that have been on offer this weekend, and I have a story for you this afternoon. It's a traditional story that comes originally from Spain, and it's one that has always been one of my favourites. I really hope you enjoy it. It's called The Sprig of Rosemary. Once upon a time, there was a young girl who was so poor that the only way she could earn money was to go into the forest each day to collect firewood in bundles to sell in the town. Now, one morning she got up just as usual and set off into the forest, but soon found herself on a new path that brought her into an area she had never seen before, and she eventually came to a wide open clearing full of sunlight and wild flowers. Several trees had fallen down around the edge of the clearing, and that made her job of collecting firewood very easy that day. Now, as she picked the last piece of wood for her bundle, she saw wild rosemary growing nearby, and she decided she would pick a sprig for herself because she loved its sweet smell. But as she plucked the sprig, it resisted. She couldn't do it with one hand. She had to use two. In fact, she had to use all of her strength to wrench it out of the ground nearly. And as she did so, the earth began to tremble beneath her feet. A crack opened in the ground, and there was suddenly a voice behind her. "Who is it that dares to steal firewood from my lands?" The girl swerved around quickly, terrified, and she found herself looking straight into the eyes of a young man. She was so confused and shocked that she could only stutter, "I picked a sprig of rosemary." At the girl's words, the young man's heart melted. He looked into her eyes and he thought she was so beautiful. He begged her forgiveness and told her that he was the prince of these lands. "Please come with me," he said. "Come and visit my castle. We can eat a meal together and talk." Now, the girl had stared at the boy's eyes, and she agreed. He took her hand gently, and then he led her down through the crack in the ground, which had become wider and wider. And now there was an earthen spiral staircase, turning round and round, down and down, until they came to the gates of a beautiful castle under the ground. When they stepped inside the gates, the castle was full of sunlight because its roofs were made of glass. The girl and the prince sat down to eat, and then they talked and talked and talked. They enjoyed each other's company so much that it was soon dark. The prince invited the girl to stay, and then this went on day after day, the prince and the girl becoming inseparable until they realised that they were falling in love. And the prince proposed to the girl. The girl accepted. And then there was the most magnificent wedding you have ever seen. And the prince, and now the princess, knew that they had found true love. And the princess knew she had found happiness that should last forever. Now, a little while after they were married, the prince announced that he had to travel away for 3 days. He kissed his bride tenderly and promised to return as soon as he could. The girl left her own devices in the castle, began to wander around, talking to everyone she met, looking everywhere. When suddenly out of the shadows there appeared a hunched old dame with a heavy bunch of keys, which she lifted from her waist to hand out to the girl. "These, my dear, are now yours," she said. "Your castle as well as the prince's. Take these from me with my blessing. Just one thing," she said, and she lifted up one key. "Don't use this key." It was the prettiest silver key on the bunch. "We never use this key." "Why ever not?" said the princess. "What's it for?" Oh, said the old woman. It's just something we never do. It opens a small box that you find by the prince's bedside, but we never open it. We never open it." And with that, she seemed to disappear back into the shadows. Well, you and I both know that the moment we're told something like this, the idea just sits in our head and niggles around. The girl spent 2 very happy days exploring the castle, unlocking doors wherever she went, and was delighted by everything she found. But on that 3rd morning, she found herself sitting by the prince's bedside table, staring at the box. And sure enough, it was beautiful, with golden patterns and delicate inlaid woods. And then, as if in a dream, she felt herself reach for the bunch of keys and the silver key. It fitted the lock. She turned the lock and lifted the lid. There was a bang and a crash, flashing lights, and then a crumbling, shattering sound. The castle seemed to be falling down. The girl screamed as she felt herself wrenched upwards. And then there was blackness and nothing. When the girl opened her eyes, she was back in the clearing, back in her ragged clothes, alone. The earth had sealed itself up. Everything was gone. Her prince, her true love, lost. How the girl cried. She was heartbroken. She cried all day and all night. And only the next morning, when she could cry no more, did she realize what she had to do. She had lost her happiness, so she needed to find it again. She resolved that she would walk the earth until she found her prince, her true love. And that's what she did. She got up straight away and set off. But as she left the clearing, she picked one more sprig of rosemary to put in her pocket as a reminder of her happiness. The girl walked and walked and walked, asking everybody she met. But everyone shook their heads, until at last one day the girl came across a house with a straw roof. And as she knocked on the door, exhausted, she fell down in a dead faint. So that when the woman of the house opened the door, she found her lying there, almost lifeless. Now, being a practical woman, she picked her up straight away and carried her indoors, put her gently into her bed and let her rest. And then, when she regained consciousness, gave her good, nourishing food to build up her strength. The girl was so grateful, she offered to stay at the house and work as a servant. The woman agreed, and so the girl set to with light tasks each day, working hard. The woman of the house watched her, and she noticed that as every day passed, the girl became sadder and sadder, paler and paler, thinner and thinner, until one day she could bear it no longer. She called the girl, sat her down, and sat down with her, and said, I have never seen anyone as sorrowful as you. You must tell me what is the matter." And the girl cried once more and poured out the whole story, not leaving out any details of all the things that she had done that had been mistakes. The woman listened. Now, as well as being a practical woman, she was a very wise woman. She smoothed down her skirts and said, "My dear, your quest is not over. Do not give up hope. For though you have asked many, many people, I know that you should go and visit the sun, the moon, and the wind, because they see everything everywhere." The girl felt a little glimmer of hope in her heart. She thanked the woman for her kindness, but said she would set off straight away. And she did. She walked and she walked and she walked, tracking the sun across the sky until at last she found his glimmering golden palace. She knocked on the door, which was answered by an old woman, and she begged an audience with the sun. The old woman nodded and took her into the audience room. The sun listened carefully as the girl told her story once more, including all of the mistakes. And then he looked and he said, "My dear, I am sorry. I have not seen your prince. But I know you must continue your quest and visit the moon, for she sees things at night that I cannot see. But I can give you a gift before you leave." And at that, the moon handed the girl a hazelnut. "Keep this safe, and if you are ever in great need, open it. You may find something of use for you." The girl thanked the sun, and then she left the palace, and she set to tracking the moon across the sky night after night, until she finally found the silvery shimmering palace of the moon, where she knocked on the door. An old woman opened the door, and the girl begged an audience of the moon, which was granted. The moon sat and listened carefully to the girl's story, but then wept silent moonbeams as she said, "My dear, I fear I have not been able to help you. I have not seen your prince. However, I know your quest is not over. You must visit the north wind. Here, I have a gift for you before you leave." And the moon gave her an almond. "Take this, and if you are ever in great need, open it. You may find something that will help you." The girl thanked the moon and set off straight away, walking north, 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 until she finally found the mountain-top home of the north wind. She knocked on the door once more, and it was opened by an old woman, who brought the girl inside and said, "Yes, I know why you're here. You may speak with the north wind." The north wind whistled gently, wafting around the girl as she told her story one more time, again, never leaving out any of her mistakes. And then the wind whispered in her ear, "I have not seen your prince, but I will travel one more time to see if I can find him. Wait here." And whoosh, he was gone. The girl stood for what felt only like moments, when the wind whoosh straight back into the room. And again he whispered to her, I have found your prince. He is kept prisoner by a king who lives on the cliff-top castle at the south of the land. And from the gossip I heard in the rooms as I whistled by, he is to marry the prince to his ugly-hearted daughter on the morrow. We must get there with no delay. The girl felt her shoulders sink. How could she ever reach a castle at the far south of the land by the morning? But the wind whistled carefully round her one more time and said, "Let me help you. I have a gift for you first." And he gave the girl a walnut. "Keep this safe if you are ever in great danger or need. Open it. You may find something that will help you. And now I will go ahead of you and see if I can postpone the wedding. Follow my trail." And the wind left the room with a whoosh once more, scattering trees as he went, the girl following as quickly as she could behind him. But the wind arrived at the castle of the cliff-top world before the girl could possibly have done. He darted in and out of every nook and cranny, looking in every room of the castle, until he found 5 seamstresses working all together frantically to try and finish the last details of the wedding cloak and dress and petticoats for the ugly-hearted princess. And at that moment, the wind smashed through the window, grabbed the clothes and tore them outside, where he threw them high into the air and whipped round and round and round them until they were shattered and scattered into thousands of little pieces that fell like confetti across the castle. The seamstresses screamed in panic. They knew the temper that the princess had. The princess heard the terrible noise and stormed into the room. "What has happened?" And the poor seamstresses had to confess that all of their work was gone. The princess had the most terrible tantrum ever, so loud that it brought her father, the king, into the room. He was desperate for his daughter to marry the prince because he wanted his lands. But he could see that his princess could not be married without something. And so he agreed to postpone the wedding for 3 days. The wind, on hearing this, whistled his way back to the girl and said, "You have a little time. Hurry, my dear, hurry." And then the girl marched on and on and on towards the castle on the cliff top. And she finally arrived after 2 further days, when there was just 1 day before the wedding. The girl arrived and managed to run in through the gates of the castle before they were closed for the night. Inside the courtyard, she looked around and saw busyness everywhere of everyone rushing to try and make the last preparations for the wedding. And her heart sank. What would she do, she thought. If the wedding is tomorrow, there's surely no time. She ran around the castle, searching, looking in windows and doorways, but she could not find her prince anywhere. The wind had been right. The king had hidden him so carefully. And then she felt her pockets jangle. She felt the 3 nuts. She found a quiet corner and thought, "This is the time. I am in great need." And she took the hazelnut and opened it. And out came the most beautiful wedding cloak, white and as soft as down. She carried it into the courtyard where the servants could see it. Some of them stopped and stared, and then ran upstairs to the princess and called her to come and see the strange girl who was in the courtyard carrying a wedding cloak. The princess's eyes lit up. "I'm getting married tomorrow," she said, and she raced down the stairs, finding the girl standing, staring still at the cloak. "I want that. That's surely for me. I'm getting married in the morning. Give it to me now." The girl stepped back, shocked at the rudeness of the princess. But then she said, "Of course, Your Highness, you may have this cloak, but I need payment. It is a fine garment." Of course, said the princess. "What is it? Name your price." And the girl said, "Well, I would like a bag of gold." "A bag of gold? A bag of gold? Surely not." The princess tried hard to haggle the price down, but the girl stood firm. And in the end, the princess had to agree, and the girl was given a bag of gold, heavy with coin. She put it in her pocket and handed over the cloak, and the princess ran away with it gleefully, ready for the morning. And then the girl thought, what shall I do now? She found another quiet corner, by the stables this time, and she found the almond in her pocket. She cracked it open. Oh, and this time there were petticoats, soft, billowing petticoats, as soft as marshmallows. And the girl, she knew that if she stood in the courtyard, somebody would call the princess. And indeed, after only a few moments, the princess came racing down the stairs and demanded that the petticoats were for her. "I'm getting married in just a few hours. They're for me, she cried out. And the girl stood firm once more and said, "Of course, Your Highness, these would look magnificent under a wedding dress, but I must have payment." Name your price. The wedding's only a few hours away now." And the girl asked for another bag of gold coin. The princess knew better to haggle this time, so she handed over another bag, heavy with golden coins, which the girl put in her pocket as she handed over the petticoats. And the princess ran away, cackling once more. Now the girl knew that time was running out, and so, hidden away once more, she found the walnut in her pocket, cracked it open, and this time there was a shimmering lightness, and out of the walnut came a wedding dress that no human could surely have made. It was encrusted with the lightest diamonds and the finest stitching that surely only a gentle breeze could have put into the fabric. She stood in the courtyard, and the light from the dress shone outwards so brightly that the princess looked out of the window herself, and seeing the girl once more, raced down the stairs, screaming with glee at the beauty of the dress, thinking of how it would be perfect for her. "Give it to me now. You can have anything you like. How much coin do you want?" At which point the girl said, "But I don't need any more gold. But I do have one favour to ask of you. I would like to meet your bridegroom before you are married, just for a few minutes." "You want to meet the bridegroom? Whatever for? He won't think anything of you in rags there, dirty face and cut toes." "Well, all right then, if that's all you want." And she led the girl into the castle, to a tower that was hidden far in the depths. And she opened the door and pushed the girl inside the doorway, grabbing the dress from her, cackling with glee as she ran away. The girl saw the prince and ran up to him and kissed him and threw her arms round him, but he didn't seem to know her. He had a glassy look across his face. The king had taken all of his memories away. The girl cried out in agony, thinking, what can I do? I've used all the gifts and now I am in great, great need. She patted her pockets in desperation, and then she felt the sprig of rosemary that she'd picked as she'd left the clearing. She lifted it out of her pocket, crushed it in her hands a little to release its oils and fragrance, and then brushed it gently against the cheek of her prince. And at that moment, all of the enchantments fell away from the prince. His eyes cleared, his mind cleared, and he stood tall again and recognized the girl, his true love. He grabbed her hand and said, I am free, free from all the enchantments that have held over me for so many years. And they ran out into the courtyard of the castle immediately to escape, the prince shouting he would not stay there a moment longer. But as the enchantments had broken, the castle itself had begun to crumble. It was turning to sand and becoming unstable. The girl and the prince tried to run away as fast as they could, but feared that they would fall down the cliff face with the castle itself, when the north wind swooped down and scooped them both in his arms and carried them up, up into the sky, where they saw the castle completely fall down into the sea, where the castle, the king, and the ugly-hearted princess were never seen again. And then the wind whistled its way all the way across the land, taking the prince and his princess back to the clearing, where their castle was restored above the ground. And as they walked through the gates of their castle, they thanked the wind for his help. They kissed and they lived happily ever after. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed my story, and if you would like to know a little bit more about me and my storytelling, then please have a look on the Society for Storytelling pages on the internet and also on my Facebook page, Jane Springham. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the festival. Goodbye.
and this is my contribution to the Gloucester Folk Trail 2021, virtually. Red is the rose that in yonder garden grows, the lily is the fair of the valley, clear is the water that flows from the Boyne, but my love is fairer than any. Come over the hills, my bonny Irish lass, come over the hills to your darling. You choose the rose, love, and I'll make the vow, and I'll be your true love forever. 'Twas down by Kilcarney's green wood that we strayed, and the moon and the stars, they were shining. The moon shone its rays on her locks of golden hair, and she swears she'd be my love forever. Come over the hills, my bonny Irish lass, come over the hills to your darling. You choose the rose, love, and I'll make the vow, and I'll be your true love forever. It's not for the parting that my sister paints, it's not for the grief of my mother, 'tis all for the loss of my bonny Irish lass, that my heart is breaking forever. Come over the hills, my bonny Irish lass, come over the hills to your darling. You choose the rose, love, and I'll make the vow, and I'll be your true love forever, and I'll be your true love forever. So that was Red is the Rose, and that is an Irish traditional song. So now I'm going to do something quite modern. This song is called The Bonny Ship the Diamond. It is a traditional sea shanty, but modern in the way that it's all over TikTok now. That seems to be shanty crazy. So this is my version of Bonny Ship the Diamond. The Diamond is a ship, me lads, for the Davis Strait we're bound. For the quay it is all garnished in, the bonny lasses round. Captain Thompson gives the orders to sail the ocean wide, where the sun it never sets, me lads, nor darkness dims the sky. For it's cheer up, me lads, let your heart never fail, for the bonny ship the Diamond goes hunting for the whale. Along the quay at Pee the lasses stand a roon, with the shores all poured around them and so 'tis running tune. Don't you weep, my bonny lads, or you be left behind, before the rose will grow on Greenland's ice, before we change our mind. First cheer up, me lads, let your heart never fail, for the bonny ship the Diamond goes hunting for the whale. Here's a health to the Resolution, likewise the Eliza Swan. 3 cheers for the battler of Montrose and the Diamond ship of fame. We wear the trousers of the white and the jackets of the blue, when we get back to Peterhead with sweethearts anew. First cheer up, me lads, let your heart never fail. For the bonny ship, the Diamond Glow, goes hunting for the whale. It will be bright both day and night when the green lads come home. Our ship full up of oil, me lads, and money to our name. We'll make the cradles for to rock and the blankets for to tear, and every lass in Peter he sing hush-a-bye, my dear. First cheer up, me lads, let your heart never fail. For the bonny ship, the Diamond Dog, is hunting for the whale. First cheer up, me lads, let your heart never fail. For the bonny ship, the Diamond Dog, is hunting for the whale. I think we'll keep on the shanty theme just for a while, and this next one is called The Amphitrite. The gallant frigate Amphitrite, she lay in Plymouth Sound. Blue Peter for the forehead mast, now we're outward bound. She was waiting there for orders to send them far from home, but the orders they came from Rio, the dance around Cape Horn. When we arrived in Rio, we prepared for heavy gales. We bent on all the rigging, me boys, bent all the new top sails. From ship to ship they cheered us as we did sail along. How they wished us pleasant weather in the rounding of Cape Horn. In beating of me gallant straight, it blew exceeding hard. While shorn in sail to gallant tars, they fell from the topsail yard. By angry seas the ropes we threw from their poor hands were torn. We were forced to leave them to the sharks, the proud around Cape Horn. Now when we get round the Horn, me boys, we had some glorious days. And very soon our killing dropped in Valparaiso Bay. Then pretty girls come down in flocks, I solemnly declare that they are fob for the Plymouth girls with the long and curly hair, because they love a jolly sailor when he spent his money free. They'll laugh, they'll sing, they'll merry, merry be, enjoy a jovial spree. And when your money is all gone, they won't on you impose. They are not like them Plymouth girls that upon and sell your clothes. So it's farewell to Valparaiso, and farewell for a while. Likewise to all them pretty girls along the coast of Chile. If ever I live to beat off, I'll sit and I'll sing this song. God bless all them pretty Spanish girls we left around Cape Horn. So I'll come away from the sea shanties now. So this song is called Caledonia. I don't know if you can see the changes that has come over me in these last few days. I've been afraid that you might drift away, telling old stories, singing songs to make me think about where I've come from. That's the reason why I seem so far away today. Let me tell you that I love you, and I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me. Now I'm going home, but if I I should become a stranger, you know that it would make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. I have moved and kept on moving, proved the point that needed proving, lost the friends I needed losing, found others on the way. I have tried and kept on trying, stolen dreams, there's no denying. I've travelled hard, sometimes with conscious flying, somewhere in the wind. Let me tell you that I love you, and I think about you all the time. Caledonia, are you calling me? Now I'm going home. But if I should become a stranger, you know that it would make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. Now I'm sitting here before the fire, the empty room, the forest quiet, the flames that couldn't get any higher. They've withered now, they've gone. But I'm steady thinking my way's clear, and I know what I will do tomorrow when the hands have shaken and the kisses flow. Then I will disappear. Let me tell you that I love you, and I think about you all the time. Caledonia, are you calling me? Now I'm going home. But if I should become a stranger, you know that it would make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. Of course, Chris Vaughan, if you are listening, that one was definitely for you. So I'm going to sing a song now which is very relevant to the times that we are in. Come, all brothers and tradesmen that travel along, oh please can you tell me where trade has all gone? So long I have travelled and I can't find none. Sing all the hard times of old England. In old England, very hard times. Provisions you buy at the shop, it is true. If you've no money, there's none there for you. So what's a poor man and his family to do? Sing all the hard times of old England. In old England, very hard times. You must go to the shop and you ask for a job. They'll answer you there with a shake and a nod. Well, that's enough to make a man turn out and rob. Sing all the hard times of old England. In old England, very hard times. You will see the poor tradesmen are walking the street from morning to night for employment to seek, and scarce have they got any shoes on their feet. Sing all the hard times of old England. In old England, very hard times. Our sailors and soldiers have all come from war. They've been fighting for Queen and country once more. Home to be starved, better stay where they are. Sing all the hard times of old England. In old England, very hard times. And now it is time to conclude my song. Let's hope that the these hard times, they will not last long. I hope to be able to alter my song and sing all the hard times of old England. In England, very hard time to sing all the good times of England. In England, very good times, and all the good times of old England. In old England, jolly good time. So I've done a bit of Irish and I've done a bit of English, so I think I might go over to Scotland just because. So this is the Mingulay boat song. Heel your ho, boys, let her go, boys, heave her head round to the weather. Heel your ho, boys, let her go, boys, sailing homeward to Mingulay. What care we thou while the mint is? What care we, boys, the wind and weather, when we know that every inch is closer homeward to Mingulay? Heel your ho, boys, let her go, boys, heave her head round to the weather. Heel your ho, boys, let her go, boys, sailing homeward to Mingulay. Wives are waiting by the pierhead, gazing seaward from the heather. Heave a head round and we'll anchor o'er the sunsets on Mingulay. Heel your ho, boys, let her go, boys, heave her head round to the weather. Heel your ho, boys, let her go, boys, sailing homeward to Mingulay. Sailing homeward to Mingulay. So I'm trying to give you a taste of everything that I do, but it's quite tricky and it's really weird not having an audience to do it to. So I hope you're all out there and you are enjoying this. Let's see how this goes. Black is the colour of my true love's hair. Her lips are like some roses fair. She has the sweetest face and the gentlest hands, and I love the ground whereon she stands. I love my love, and well she knows. I love the ground whereon she goes, and how I wish this day would come when she and I can be as mourn and weep, for satisfied I will never sleep. I write him a letter, just a few short lines, and suffer death 10,000 times. Black is the colour of my true love's hair. Her lips are like some roses fair. She has the sweetest face and the gentlest hands, and I love the ground whereon she stands. I love the ground whereon she stands. I love the ground whereon she stands. Thank you so much for listening. So I'm going to do one more song, I believe, and then I'm going to try a tune if that works. I'm not sure if that will, but we'll soon see. And then I think the time might be running low. So thanks so much for letting me join in the Gloucester Folk Trail, and hope to see you next year. Somewhere along the road, someone waits for me. Far beyond the storms that blow, waiting patiently. No secrets held in an open heart, a spirit that soars over mountains. Somewhere along the road, someone waits for me. Somehow a guiding light always shows the way to those who lose their way by night, searching for the day. A day away from happiness, tomorrow will bring a new sunrise. Somewhere along the road, someone waits for me. Sometimes when winds are still, unexpectedly, far beyond the silent hill, a voice will call to me. Raise your eyes to see my world, raise your voice and sing out. Somewhere along the road, someone waits for me. Raise your eyes to see my world, raise your voice and sing out. Somewhere along the road, someone waits for me. Somewhere along the road, someone waits for me. So thank you again. That was Somewhere Along the Road. I'm going to finish off with a tune. If you like what I've done, you can find me on Facebook, Deborah Hannis, and I'm sure we'll see you again soon. everyone. See you next year. Keep safe.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Gloucester Folk Trail Sunday afternoon Ceilidh. I am your mystery caller, Andy Scarf. So we're going to have some bit of a fun this afternoon. We're going to have all kinds of jollies. Some of you will have a partner with you where you am. Some of you will be on your own with an imaginary partner. But we have seats available at all prices. We can do whatever.
Just change the settings.
So there we go.
Oh, that's
These are a mere fragment of the musicians that you'll be hearing this afternoon. We have Spring Onions starring Christine and Gareth there on the left of the picture, who will be shouldering on much of the burden today. We have our great friend Mr. Martin Hughes, who will also be helping out during the day. And we've got good news, bad news, middle news. You won't hear the tuba. But Mr. William Taylor is lurking in the corners. So those of you that wish to play along with the music, please do. For the rest of it, we should be doing some dancing. Now then. The first dance today is called the Gallopede. The duty of... Put my teeth in. The beauty of doing it in your own home is you can do it at a gallop as fast or as slow as you like. There we go. So what we're going to have, imagine, if you will, there are ladies in one line and gentlemen in the other. If you're a couple, if you can sort of face each other, that would be good. So Richard and Anne might be facing up to each other shortly. Oh, they're playing. Oh, okay. So what happens is there's a bit where you go forward and back and cross over and turn around. So I'm just going to give you the instruction here, then I shall show you how it's done, and then we'll do it to the music. So forward and back, gentleman's arch across. Then we do the same again, touching knees as we wish. The ladies then turn to arch across. Then we do the bit we've all been waiting for. What are you all here for? If you're not to swing your partner, you know, if you have not got your partner, you just sort of bop around and just basically large it in your own living room. Why the heck not? And then you can keep swinging. If you're in a couple, you can just keep swinging. Everybody else can just clap along to the music, and we start going through again. We will go through the dance 6 times, 3 times with the tune of the Gallopede, and 3 times with the tune of the Tannerman. So those are the tunes for them of you what has got instruments. You've got an instrumental and joining along. So yeah, our Gaz, our friend at the end, our mystery tech man, will be allowing Gareth and Christine to play. So I'll just talk you through the dances once. When we're joining hands, imagine we're joining hands in a line. We walk forward, say hello to our partner, and walk back again. And the first time around, the gentlemen make an arch, and the ladies duck under, and we all turn around, and then back where we are. Then we do it again. We go forward and forward and forward, hello, hello, and back again. And this time, all the ladies dancing make an arch, and the gentlemen duck under and come back round. Then, if you have a partner, you'll be swinging your partner around. And if you're on your own in a lonely attic like moi, you just bop around and all the rest of it. And then for the second part of the V music, we're sort of clapping along before we start going again. And that's all there is to it. So we're going to invite Spring Onions, which is Gareth Heatley and Christine Reynolds, to start the music. They will play us a couple of bars in, and then we'll start moving forward. So if you assume the position, and we'll be ready. Ready when you are, Gareth?
Okay, couple of bars in. Can you hear us?
Yep. Forward. Gentlemen off. Turn round. Ladies on. Bring your partner. you, spring onions. Well done, everybody. Ooh, that's getting me all warmed up here. Oh, well done, everybody.
Hang on. Look.
Right.
More. Yeah. That's 1, 2, 3. Oh.
Let's do where we were again. Okay. The thing is, when it's sharing slideshows on Zoom, it always seems to take a little bit longer to get to where you want to go. It'll get there in the end.
Walter Buller.
Okay. God save the mark.
I have the same.
Hey. So that was the Gallopede. We're now going. Oh, here's a genuine photography from a bunch of us dancing at the Mitcherdine Folk Festival a few years back. So we're now going to do a dance called the Patacake Polka. This is a clapping dance. I normally hate clapping dances, but especially for you live by satellite from Mitcherdine, we're going to do a little clapping dance. So the way it works is there's going to be a bit of a foot marking, you heel, toe, then 4 chassis to the man's left. So I'm going to be going to the left. Bum, 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 and then we're doing the same. Heel, toe, and chassis back to the right.
Check it.
All this will be demonstrated. Whoops, why do I keep doing that? I don't know. They keep pressing the wrong button here. You can't get the staff, can you? Then we're doing the hand claps. Okay, so we're clapping. If you're with a partner and you're dancing, clapping with the right hand to each other. Otherwise, you can clap with me on screen. 3 claps with the right, 3 claps with the left, 3 claps with both hands, and then 3 claps on your knees. Then swing your partner or bop around and doing whatever it is you're going to be doing. Oh, for God's sake. You'll get to see that hopefully not so many times. Walter Bullers, there we are, 1A, 1B. Oh, God. So it's quite a brisk little number. So as ever, we'll go 3 times through, we'll do 6 times through the dance overall. So I'll just go through it for you again, for those that want it in motion. So you're going to heel, toe, and then 4 chassis steps to the man's right. Heel, toe, 4 chassis steps to the man's left. Then clapping in time with the music. Right 3 times, left 3 times, both 3 times, knees 3 times, and then a little bop around. Or if you've got a partner, swing your partner. And that's all there is to it. So here we go. So Gareth and Christine are going to lead off with the music again. They'll give us a couple of bars in, and then we will do it.
You ready?
Heel, toe, 4 chassis steps. Heel, toe, clapping. Again. Bring your partner. Last time.
That's 8 times.
Well danced, well played. Thank you, everybody. Great stuff. That was the patty cake polka. Oh, yes, it was. How are we all doing? Oh, I've got the hang of it this time. Well, I hope you're getting nice and warm. I am. There we go. Too much information. Right, monkeys.
Isn't it?
Yeah, the play through to get it.
Yeah.
Right. Here's another shot of people dancing live at Mitcherdine Folk Festival not so very long ago, just to remind us what it's like. And we're all looking forward to be able to do it. That was in 2019. We're all looking forward to doing it for live one day soon. Right. Well, we're going to do one more dance. Then we'll perhaps invite Martin Hughes to play us a couple of tunes. But there we go. We're going to do something called the Canadian Barn Dance. Okay. So the Canadian Barn Dance, we walk forward 3 steps towards the camera and kick. Then we walk forward 3 steps behind and hop. Then we go 3 steps sideways, 1, 2, 3, and clap. Then we come 3 steps back and grab our partner, if we have our grab our partner by the neck, by the throat, anyway, no, in a ballroom hold. In a ballroom hold. This is a family show. So imagine you've got a ballroom hold. I'll tell you a story about Dave Blick one day, but never mind. Then we're taking 2 steps to the man's left, so we're going towards the camera, and 2 steps back. Then we go around, step it, hop polka. 1, 2, 3, and a 4.
I did it before.
And that's where it is. So the tunes we're going to be using this afternoon are Clee Hill and Centenary March. For those people what is musicians and wish to join in. So I'll just get rid of the horrible screen and then we'll show you how it's going to operate in due sequence.
How many times, Andy?
3 times through each tune, if we may. Yeah. Keep going, yes. Thank you, Kevin. Kevin's having a go, and Jill having a go dancing in her own lounge. Well, that's very enjoyable. And Tricia is having a go as well, so that's brilliant. So I'll just demonstrate we go forward 3 steps. 1, 2, 3, and kick. Back, 2, 3, and hop. 3 sideways steps. 1, 2, 3, and clap. Back again, 2, 3, and grab your partner in a ballroom hold. Now 2 steps to the camera. 1 and 2. 2 steps back, and 2, and then 4 steps pop round. 1 and 2, 3, and a 4. And there we are. So if you've got dancing with a partner here, face up your partner. It's a lovely sight on a Sunday afternoon. If you haven't, like moi, you can just bop around and dance like nobody's looking. So we'll invite our musicians, that's Christine and Gareth of Spring Onions, to play a couple of tunes to a couple of bars to let us in, and then we'll do it to the music.
Are you ready?
1, 2, 3, kick. Back, 2, 3, hop. 1, 2, grab your partner. Back away. 4 times round. Go again. 1, 2, 3, kick. Back. Hop. 1, 2, grab your partner. 1, 2, 2 bachets back. 4 steps round. Here we go again. 1, 2, 3, kick. Back. 2, 3, hop. 1, 2, 3, back. Grab partner ball hold. 2 steps Well done.
An accidental change of tune towards the end.
Nobody noticed.
Christine certainly did.
Well done. Yeah. Right. Well, to give the caller a short break, Martin, would you like to play us a couple of tunes, and then I'll start dancing the third dance, the fourth dance, but it's all going fine.
Right. Well, I'll play a couple of tunes from the Hardy collection. First one's Enrico or Jacob, and the second one's called Laura. You'll certainly know the first one. The second one maybe not, but.
Thank you very much, Martin, and a good shout out to Sister Kate. Wish we could shimmy like my sister Kate, but it's Bill's sister's Kate. Apparently she's bopping around at home watching this on Facebook. So this is pretty good. Fantastic. Well now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very popular part. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a very popular part of these occasions is the bear dance. So we're going to do the bear dance next. So those of us that have a bears, teddy bear, this is my bear from when I was a small person years ago. This is Polar. We called it Polar because Polar is a white bear. So here is Polar, my bear. So you can either dance with your bear, and you see Christine's got her bear there, but come and dig out your bear, otherwise it'd be totally unbearable. Or you can bop around, or in my case, you probably do both. So there we go. So let us go and back have a look at this thing there. Where are we? Now then. There's a great picture I found on the web of the polar bear apparently doing a bear dance. So there it is.
I can't remember what it was called.
So the way this works, we'll go through 4 times through the music. Spring onions, please. We'll bop around to the left. The thing about, see, bears, when bears wake up in the springtime, they're grumpy and they're hungry and they're lonely and they're looking for other bears. So we're looking for bears. There's a bears looking for bears. So everyone bear dances to the left and we bear dance to the right. And then we sort of bang a leg on a table or a chair or something. It'll be the right leg to start with. Yeah, you got it. Be the right leg first. Brilliant. Well done. And so on. And then we'll go on. We'll do the left. We'll go. I'll call it all out so we know which bits we're doing. But then we find the bears at the end of the dance. Everybody runs like heck. So this is a very traditional dance music. It's called the bear dance. Funnily enough.
How many times, Andy?
I think 4 times through will be more than adequate. Yes.
Okay. Just stick to bear dance then.
So, well, without further ado, we're all ready with our bears. We're ready to bop to the left. I'll invite Spring Onions to have 2 bars in, and then away we'll go.
Well, might be 3 bars. Who knows?
Oh, 3 bars in.
Not those though.
Here we go. To the left. The dance to the left. Back to the right. Get ready for the stamping. Right foot. Again. Left foot. Head on. Back the other way. Left four. Right four. Head on. Back the other way. Hanging head. And again. Last time, bear dance. Whoa! Well done, everybody. Well done to all you bears out there in teddy bear land. Thank you, Polar. Boys and girls. Oh, by Jove, I needed that. Well, we're now going to do something a little bit more genteel, which is not like us, really, but we'd like to cater for all tastes. We're going to be doing the Circle Waltz. Circle Waltz. Mr. Martin Hughes is going to lead us on the waltz tunes, and he'll be thinking about telling us which ones we're going to do. But first, as always, let me just go through the instruction. Right. Well, here's people circle waltzing again at the Michelin Folk Festival. I keep banging on about this, but we will probably be doing another dance like this at the Michelin Folk Festival on July the 16th, July the 17th this summer. So we will all be looking forward to that. Martin says it's going to be Midnight on the Water and Michael Turner's Waltz for them's as well. Okay. So what we do is. So everybody's, if you've got a partner, you take your partner in a right hand hold, gentleman right hand, ladies left, and that's how we go forward. We sway in, we sway out. Because we're not in a great big circle, unless they've got 8 people in your house, we'll pretend that we're just in couples or singles. So the ladies then spin on the spot, and we do that 4 times. Then we give 2 hands to our lady partner. We sway in, sway out, and then we all spin on the spot. Then we go sway out and we in, and we'll spin on the spot. I'll show you how it is done at the time. Taking our partners in a ballroom hold, 2 chassé steps in and towards the camera, 2 chassé steps back, and then a little waltz round to finish. So I shall now demonstrate how that works. So gentlemen, pretend you have a lady in your right hand. If you've got a lady there, hang on to her with your right hand. I don't need to tell you. Yes. I should be very careful because I don't know who's watching. It's maybe going live around the world, so I won't say some of the things I usually say. So we sway in as if we're going to the middle of the circle and sway out, and the ladies spin on the spot. Okay. And we sway in, sway out. Lady spins on the spot again. She's spinning well, you have to admit. Sway in, sway out. Lady spin on the spot. Sway in, sway out. Lady spins on the 4th time. At this point, gentlemen, take your lady's hands in yours own, look into her eyes and say, hello, how have you been all my life? And the ladies usually say to me, most of it I wasn't born. Anyway, there we go. Holding 2 hands with our partner, we sway in and sway out, and we all spin on the spot. Then we sway out, away from the camera, and in. We all spin on the spot. Take your lovely partner in a ballroom hold. 2 side steps into the camera, 1, 2, 2 side steps back, 1, 2, and a little waltz round. What could be simpler? Having a drink, you say, but that will have to come later. So we will invite Martin, our friend at the end, to play us a couple of bars in, if you will, Martin, then we'll start going. Gentlemen, have you... Lady spins on the spot. Lady spins on the spot. In, out, lady spins on the spot. Hands your lady. Sway in, sway out, in on the spot. Sway out, sway in, on the spot. Or a hold, 2 steps in. 2 steps out. Waltz round. Here we go again. Sway out. Lady spin on the spot. done, everybody. Oh, by Jove, I needed that. One of my favourite dances. Good. How are we doing? We're at 20 to 4. Okay, Sister Jerry's also dancing on Facebook. And let's hear it again for Ellie Humphreys, also bopping around. So we're going beyond the boundaries of the world, beyond satellite distance. We're going all over the place. There are probably Martians dancing around this thing called Perseverance. Oh, what the heck's this? You know, I don't know whether they had it tattooed on the side of that space landing thing and Martian. You know, take me to your leader. But we may never find out. It'll probably be 500 million light years before we get back. You know, I wonder what the Martian is for Kilroy was here. But anyway, never mind. Let's go back and see what we might be dancing next.
The rocks, and right in the distance, you can just see a sign with an M on the top.
Right. Here's again. This looks like the farmer's wife jig, quite possibly. This again, people mopping. You can see people playing in the background. This is a Mitchell Community Centre. It is indeed the farmer's wife jig. No guesses for the nature of the tunes for this one, but all will be revealed very shortly. This is usually done in. I love it when people smile at my jokes. It keeps me going. Never mind. Thank you, Anne. So what we usually have in a setup is that we have it's 4 couples in each set, and there's ladies in one line glowering at 4 gentlemen on the other set, saying, "Why did you wait until you were drunk before you started dancing?" Anyway, never mind. Okay, so that's imagine if you will. So what we're doing, gentlemen with their lady in their right hand, you all march forward 8 steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and we'll go back 8 steps. 1, 2, 3. It was 8 when I was at school. Now then. Then we do it all again with both hands. We gallop backwards and forwards 8 steps. Okie dokie. So far, so good. Then we do a right and left hand star. This could be interesting if you're on your own. But the good news is, at least you won't get it wrong. How many times? Yeah, never mind. We won't go there. And back with the left. So then everybody casts out. So if you're in a line, the ladies will go out to the right and the gentlemen will go out the left. You all go all the way around and back. Then the top part would form an arch. Everybody ducks under, and then we're ready to start again, marching 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You don't think it would work? It's amazing, but it does actually work. I'm impressed. There we go. So I'll just walk you through it. So gentlemen in a line with the ladies next to them, and we'll walk forward 8 steps. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we walk back 8 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then we give 2 hands to our lovely partner. Hello, darling. There we go. And we gallop 8 steps towards the camera, and then we gallop back. Then we're doing the right hand star. We're going all the way around to the right. And back to the left. And then we're doing the cast out. So the gentlemen go out to the left, the ladies go out to the right, cast out all the way around the back. You duck under. And before you know where you are, you're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 again. Don't take my word for it. You'll be able to observe. So what we didn't tell people, did we, Gareth, which you spotted, is what the tunes were. Let's go back to that.
Well, what we're doing, Oyster Girl and New Rig Ship.
You're doing Lobster Girl and...
Oyster Girl.
No, Lobster Girl, yeah. We're doing Lobster Girl and New Rig Ship, okay? So then we first 3 sets through Lobster Girl, Oyster Girl, and 3 steps through all of the New Rig Ship. So, gentlemen, have your partner in your right hand. There will be a couple of bars in from Gareth and Christine. Forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and back. 1, 2, 3. 2 hands hold. Go forward. Go back. Right hand star. Back to the left. Cast out. Get ready to go again. Forward. 3, 7, 8, right. 2 hands. Galloping up. 7, 8, back. Right hand star. Back to the left. all around the room. Well done, everybody. Thank you, Gareth and Christine. Well done, well done, well done. Well, what do we think? Have we got time for one more or two more? What do we think, Gaz and Bill?
Two.
Two more. Fantastic.
Yeah. You've got 18 viewers on Facebook. Jim Annis says it's like charades on the radio.
Thank you.
I used to be a ventriloquist on the radio. He was very popular.
Yeah, he was a millionaire.
Okay. Charades on the radio. Yeah, I suppose I can live with that, but I'll get him later. Yes, never mind.
I didn't realise people could see it on the internet. I thought we were just in our own group.
They can see just 3 screens: Scarf, Spring Onions, and Martin. We agreed the musicians were happy to go out. And
Well, I've just been on the telly.
You have?
Yes.
Well, how did you sneak in?
I
Oh
don't
no,
know.
you're watching it on Zoom. They're watching it.
Martin Vogwell just messaged me and said, "You're on the telly again." In the Gaelic.
There you go. He must be on Zoom then, watching it on his
I'd have
telly.
worn a posher jumper if I'd known.
You match. Stop fretting. Let's get on with the dancing.
Okay. Well, we'll finish with the folky cokey as usual. Before then, we've got a choice. Gareth and Christine, we can either do Horses Brawl or the Swedish Masquerade. Which do you fancy?
Don't mind.
Swedish Masquerade.
Christine said Swedish.
The Swedish, very good, Swedish. All jokes about the Swedish chemist not wanted on voyage. Right, let's see how we get by.
What's the okay?
Let's join up the.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Nelly.
Right, here is a rather nice picture I found on the web about somebody wearing a Swedish mask. But there we are.
IKEA, man.
So this is a game of 3 halves.
Was it
This is a
IKEA?
dance we quite often perform at weddings. It depends on the length of the bride's train, to be honest with you. If she's got a very long train, we have to do something else, probably scarf saunter, which is less troublesome for ladies with a long train. We did do this dance once with 6 lovely bridesmaids, very, very tightly boned Indian girls, all in saris. They managed it pretty well, but they were giggling all the way through. It was great. So there's 3 steps to this. It's a march, then a waltz, and then a polka, or a bit of a bop round. So we walk forward, back 4 steps towards the camera, and then we walk backwards 4 steps. I'll show you how this is done. Then we walk forward and walk backwards again. So that's the marching bit. You'll see that how we've done a bit. Then we're doing the waltzing. If you've got a partner in your right hand, you dance away from each other and back again, away from each other, back, and a little waltz round. And we do that a couple of times. Now, if it's a polka, then we're facing the camera with our partner in our right hand, kick to the left, kick to the right, kick to the left, and bop around. And we do that twice. And then we're going back to the marches again. It's one of those for traditional Scottish weddings. They like to have a grand march and a waltz. This gets rid of the grand march and a waltz in one go and throws in a polka for good measure. But there we go. So I'll just walk you through it. We'll go, I think 4 times through will be plenty, Gareth and Christine. So it's a quite slow walk. Imagine you've got your partner in your right hand, or if you have got a partner, put right hand. We'll walk towards the camera. 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4. We turn around and we walk backwards. 1 and a 2. My best side, don't you think? Backwards. Then we go away from the camera. 1, 2, 3, 4. Change hands again and come back. 2, 3, 4. So that's the march bit. For the waltz bit, it's a nice 3-step, but we're dancing away, still holding hands. Away, 2, 3, together, 2, 3. Away, 2, 3, together, 2, 3. A little waltz round. And then away, 2, 3, together, 2, 3. Away, 2, 3, together, 2, 3. Now we get the polka bit. Here we go. And kick to the left, kick to the right, kick to the left, kick to the right, and polka around. And again, kick to the left, kick to the right, kick to the left, kick to the right, and pop, 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 pop. And then we're back into the march again. Don't take my word for it. All will be revealed. What intro are you going to do for this, Gareth?
One long note.
1 long note and we're straight in. Okay, partner in your right hand, gentlemen.
Right, are you ready?
Yes.
How many times? How many times?
4 times.
Right.
1 for every day of the week. 1, 2. Turn around. Forwards again. Turn. Backwards. Comes a waltz. Wait, 2, 3, together. Waltz round. Comes a polka. Kick to the right. done. Thank you, everybody. The Swedish Masquerade. I wonder if we'd broadcast that live on Swedish television, anybody would knew what the hell we were doing. Probably not.
Wonderful.
Well, it's given us great pressure to be with you this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful.
We're going to do one more dance. We're going to do the Folky Koki, otherwise known as the Cassian Circle, which is the traditional denouement of events such as this. And who are us to argue with the denouement, especially on a day like this? So let's go back to remind ourselves.
Less than 2 minutes.
A minute ago,
Okay.
that's only
So one of each. Two of the second perhaps?
We've had the Galopede, we've had the Patacake Polka, we've had Canadian barn dance, we've had the bear dance, which is great, the circle waltz,
Get on with it, Andy.
we have the farmer's wife jig. We missed the horse's brawl, that'll be next time. We missed Edinburgh Rock, which will be the next time. We're now going to do the Circassian Circle. And imagine we're all in a big circle. Gentlemen, having your partner on the right hand. Everybody goes in the middle, makes a noise. Ah, and back again. Do that twice. And the ladies go into the middle and clap, come back. And the gentlemen do the same. Then everybody swings your partner. That's what we all come for these occasions. Have a bit of a bop around. And then to finish the music, we promenade, we wander around with our partner around in a big circle. We'll show you how that's done as well. And Gareth has some particular tunes we use, and you'll recognize Nelly the Elephant when we're doing this one. So
Twice through each.
Pardon?
Twice through each. Time's going on. Two
What you
times
say?
through each tune. 4 times.
4 times will be fine. Lovely.
Time's running out.
Okay.
Are you ready?
There'll be a couple of bars in, then we'll go for it. Partner your right hand. Into the middle. Oh! Hey! Legs go in and clap. Gentlemen in. Bring the partner. Promenade. Maybe walk your partner around the room. Here we go again. Into the middle. Hey! Woo! Ladies go in and clap. Gentlemen. Bring your partner. Promenade. All the way around the room. Here we go again. Katie. Last time. Bring your partner. Promenade around. Thank you, everybody, for joining in. All the musicians, everybody at home. Thank you. You've been listening to String Onions, which is Gareth Heatley and Christine Reynolds. With bursts of alternitude from Mr. Martin Hughes, live from France. Thank you very much, Martin. Thank you for Gaz, the technician, for making this all possible.
Yes.
Thank you, Scarf. You're as mad as a hatter.
Well, there we go.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to be here. It's been a great afternoon.
Yes. Well, It's given
Good
us
job.
Patricia.
See you all later.
See you later. Bye.
You best have a lie down, Gareth.
I'm going to lie down and all. Take care, everybody. Bye bye, boys and girls. Bye bye.
Oh, yeah, it's been a great afternoon.
Oh, no, lovely, yes, first of the news, who's the stomach, you can stomach up 10, 145, any more of the back, soul in the man book, soul, soul.
Tesco down below somewhere.
Used to be the cattle market.
Cows and chickens.
Arter and bed.
Farmers and folk.
Magnetised here.
Swinging.
Oh, that rain.
Well, I could swim.
But it's so deep.
There are things in there.
It's getting deeper.
I can jump in and see.
But there's, I don't know.
Where are you now?
I'm on top of the Gill Hole.
Are they still dancing in there?
There's lots of birds up here. It's like they might lift me.
And I could go with them.
Oh. Where are you now?
I'm on the clock.
What's the time?
I can't see. It's too muddy.
I'm sure there's a staircase near.
Wait. Oh.
Why are there no boats?
Hey, look up. It's me.
There was a prison here.
Brick upon brick upon brick.
Hiding the sky.
Blocking the breezes.
Climb. We've got to climb.
Tide's coming back.
Listen, like a rumbling stomach.
Grumbling cook.
Bookmark in a book.
Got to get higher.
Find one of those building stalks.
Jump! Swing! Bow! Bounce!
Up over Greyfriars.
Think of all those cars buried.
Not a flag to mark 'em.
Only the trains escape on that ledge.
Pull!
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 Pull! Pull!
Pull! Going up again. Gotta make it.
Hold close. Grab my belt.
Flock of birds.
Solid seagull is pecking at me.
Off, get off. I'll skin your feathers.
Wait. There's the old knives.
Polished into cabinets.
Stories stuck on.
page upon page,
Families, grown-up trees.
polished and preserved.
Dingy and docile. History hives.
Another train escapes.
Bridged across the roads.
Jump and tumble.
Wheel on track.
Go away and never come back.
It has a giant shadow.
Somehow not broken.
Leaps gardens. Heels on fire.
Quiet corners. Frail flags.
Climbing. Always turning. Climbing. Always turning. Climbing. Always turning.
Barren windows, twisted walls.
Lifting, rising, breathing deep.
In dark, then light.
Feel like an ant crawling through a forest.
The strike of a match.
Breathless, battered, dizzied.
Still more stepping away from me.
Leap, gallop, struggle.
Clouds, no, I'm not high.
Below the river is a town.
Highest, widest place.
I still run.
Side to side.
Across corner to corner.
Every side looks down.
I see my diamonds flash back at me.
And in my pocket,
enough sand to spray a beach.
Water to melt an iceberg.
Enough shade to bring night in.
I see you all waddling and paddling.
Flat strokers, bob spinners, kite sighters.
Abyssinians waving telescopes at the moon.
Meet me close by.
Cloistered inside.
The shadows of that hired hole.
Okay, take it away.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
There's a young cowboy who lives on the range. His horse and his cattle, they're his only companions. He works in the saddle and he sleeps in the canyons, waiting for summer, his pastures to change. As the moon rises, he sits by his fire, thinking about women and glasses of beer, and closing his eyes as the dog is retired. He sings out a song just soft, but it's clear, as if maybe someone could hear. Good night, you moonlight ladies. Rock-a-bye, sweet baby.
won't you let me go down in my dreams and rock-a-bye, sweet baby Jane. Now the 1st of December was covered with snow, and so was the turnpike from Stockbridge to Gloucester, though the birches seemed green-like on account of their frosting. But 10 miles behind you, 10,000 more to go. There's a song that they sing when they take to the highway, a song that they sing when they take to the sea, a song that they sing if they're home in the sky. Baby, you can believe it if it helps you to sleep. The singing works just fine for me. Good night, you moonlight ladies. Rock-a-bye, sweet baby James. Deep greens and blues are the colors I choose. Won't you let me go down in my dreams and rock-a-bye, sweet baby Jane. Good night, you moonlight ladies. Rock-a-bye, sweet baby James. Deep greens and blues are the colors I choose. Won't you let me go down in my dreams and rock-a-bye, sweet baby James. Rock-a-bye, sweet baby James.
Thank you. And the crowd go wild.
Calm the dog down
Yeah,
anyway.
the dog's actually gone to sleep, so that's good. Right, he did like the reference to the dog. Dog is retired.
Yes, it's true.
Yeah. Right, what's next? Oh, do me one, do me one. We're having a bit of a handsome family bender this week.
From the dusty mesa, a looming shadow grows, hidden in the branches of the poison creosote. She twines her spines up slowly towards the boiling sun, and when I touched her skin, my fingers ran with blood. In the hushing dust, under a swollen silver moon, I came walking with the wind to watch the cactus bloom. And a strange hunger haunted me, the looming shadows danced. I fell down to the thorny brush and felt the trembling hands. from the quite spooky American to the not very spooky at all.
What are we doing for time? I think it's going to be quite
Absolutely,
short.
absolutely not.
Actually run this one a couple of times. Did not do it too fast. So, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Busted flat in Baton Rouge, waiting for a train, feeling nearly faded as my jeans. Bobby flagged the diesel down just before it rained, took us all the way to New Orleans. I took my harpoon and my dirty red bandana. I was growing sad while Bobby sang the blues. Those windshield wipers slapping time and Bobby clapping hands, we finally sang every song that drives me. Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. Nothing ain't worth nothing, it's free. Feeling good was easy, Lord, when Bobby sang the blues. Feeling good was good enough for me. Good enough for me and Bobby McGee. Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. Nothing ain't worth nothing, it's free. Feeling good was easy, Lord, when Bobby sang the blues. Feeling good was good enough for me. Good enough for me and Bobby McGee. From the coal mines of Kentucky to the California sun, Bobby shared the secrets of my soul. Standing right beside me all through everything I done. Then at night she kept me from the cold. And somewhere near Selena's island to slip away, looking for the home I hope she'd find. Well, I'd give all my tomorrows for a single yesterday, holding Bobby's body close to mine. Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. Nothing left is all she left for me. Feeling good was easy, Lord, when Bobby sang the blues. Feeling good was good enough for me. Good enough for me and Bobby McGee.
Whoop-de-whoop. Oh, that's about right.
Ah, right. Right. Has anyone been to the city farm in Treadworth? I went yesterday. It's just marvellous. There's something really relaxing about just being surrounded by chickens and goats and Gloucester old spots and horses. They've got a horse riding school there, astonishingly. But they've also got little tiny horses. And we know a song about a little tiny horse, which we would like to sing to you this minute.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Was a timber at the state fair, as the Ferris wheels and bumper cars, the hypnotist, the jumping ghost, forgotten country music stars.
sign for Tiny Tina from the wilds of Arizona. Drinks just a thimble of water, drinks just a handful of straw. Tiny Tina, the world's smallest horse, just $1 to go see her, just $1 to see that little horse. I rode the teacups, the tilt of the world, shot motor guns at grinning clouds, at funnel cakes, chili dogs, fried beer. I sold the largest ear of corn, but the fair lights shone at dusk. I stood there in that field of dirt, thinking only of those little hooves, trotting circles in the dark. Tiny Tina, the world's smallest horse, why didn't I go see her? Why didn't I go see that little horse? Why didn't I go see that tiny horse? Why didn't I go see that little horse?
Well, that's it from us.
Yep, and the dog.
And the dog,
Thank you for listening. We've been Lonesome Pines and you've been hopefully out there. And wonderful. As we're playing the folk trail this weekend, we thought we would dedicate this one to all Morris dancers everywhere, although only the Gloucestershire ones will have any idea what it's about. It's called Bolton on the Water.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Bank holiday in Bolton, the place was hotter than Hell's Kitchen. All the tea shops jumping, pumping cream and jam. My pulse was racing, my bells were twitching. I was looking for the others to get down to that melodious sound. But those Morris dancing mothers, they were nowhere to be found. Boarding on the water, stole on the wall. Boarding on the water. When we hit the scene in the forest of Dean, we were plow speed freaks with our shepherd's hay. At the White Wave 8s, we were all-time greats. We made it, Morris Mega on Broadway. I looked all over until the sun went down. Then some passing hicks said, hey, those cats with the sticks. We ran them right out of town. I think they went to Boarding on the water, stole on the wall. Boarding on the water. spells.
Hi, it's Tom from Lassington Oak. I've been asked to teach a dance for Gloucester Folk Trail. Unfortunately, can't be there in person this year for obvious reasons. So I was going to teach Nuttingale from Fieldtown. Fieldtown is a Cotswold tradition from Oxfordshire. I'll start with the basic step-in. I'm going to go through all the basic steps of the dance and then I'll put it together at the end and then perform its music as well at the end. So really this is for all levels, any ability really, because I will go through all the basics. If you already know the Fieldtown tradition, you just want to skip straight to the jig itself, I will put some subtitles in or something to show you what time to skip forward to, so you can just go straight to the jig. Anyway, for the basic stuff, so Fieldtown is double step Morris, so 1, 2, 3 hop, 1, 2, 3 hop. Okay, so to better explain that, if you've not done the double step before, it's right, right, left, hop right, left, hop left. Okay, in slow motion. I usually just say 1, 2, 3, 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and the back step is quite distinctive, so the hands come out, you step back, you drag the other foot across, and the heel comes in and the toe stays out. And then with the opposite foot, the hankers come back in, and then it's feet together, jump. So the basic step will be 1, 2, 3, hop, 1, 2, 3, hop, back step, feet together, jump. 1, 2, 3, hop, 1, 2, 3, hop, back step, feet together, jump. 1, 2, 3, hop, 1, 2, 3, hop, back step, feet together, jump. I don't have a lot of head height in here, unfortunately. I will do the main jig outside. What we'll do is we'll try that to some music, just to get you warmed up and give you an idea of the rhythm. So, this time now. So practice that until you've got a rhythm, until you can do the basic step. Condition. Yeah, practice that until you can do the basic step without thinking about it too much. What I did forget to mention is the hankies come up the body, and the idea is to get them to stand on end, which obviously in here I can't do. But yeah, the hankies come up, and then they should be fully extended when you get your hands to the top. Okay, so that's the basic step. Now the next thing is the side steps. So in the Nuttingale, there's closed side steps. So I've always described them as closed. What I mean by that is you're coming across the body. So there's an open side step in Morris, which is like that. So on the right and on the left. But in Nuttingale, it's a closed side step. So you're crossing your foot in front of your body, and the hands coming up across your body as well. So 1, 2, 3, hop. And then you're doing 2 of those back to back. So you're going to do one with the right foot crossing. 1, 2, 3, hop. And then you're going to do 1 with the left foot crossing. So on the hop of the first side step, you're going to hop round and bring your left foot across. Okay, so back to back it'll be 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's the short side step. So from now on I'll describe those as the short steps, the short side steps. And then there's also going to be a long side step, which is a little bit more complicated. It's right foot over left, and then on the spot, ankles come up on the spot, and then left over right, and then finishes with a feet together jump. I've always done it feet together jump. Some people do another straightforward step instead. So what I mean by that is they do. Yeah, but I've always done 2, 3, hop. Because I think it's a bit more energetic, but it's up to you. So that's the side step in. Now, I've written it down because I can do it to the music when the music's not playing, I always forget. So the next thing to practice is hocklebacks, which is a different type of back step which you'll do in the B music of the jig. So during the A music, it's always going to be the basic back step, the basic field tone back step. But during the B music, it's going to be a hockleback, which is you take your foot and you rotate it out in an arc and then bring it back behind the other foot, like that. So you're trying to, it's got a bit of sway, it makes your body sway. So, run out of room. You can just about do it on the spot if you haven't got much room. But if you have got the room, you probably want to move backwards, so it'll look a bit more dramatic. Oh. Okay, so practice that for a little bit as well. And then next we need to practice galleying. So to do a galley on the left would be like that. So it's 2 large circles, or 1 large circle, 1 medium and 1 small circle. So that's a galley on the spot. What you're going to need to do for this jig is do a galley all the way around in a circle and come back to face. And then a feet together jump. Okay, so galley round, feet together jump. I'm having trouble doing it in slow motion. Okay. So the next thing that's going to happen is the music's going to slow down, and you're going to do the slows, which is beetle crushers. Which a beetle crusher is you tap, then you bring that foot back and launch off that foot, and then change feet. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's your beetle crushers. And the other slow will be uprights, which is, again, I haven't got the head height here ready to do it. Bring your toe behind, together, up, then finish. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So the only other thing to say is the dance finishes with 4 capers. So a caper is just a jump from one foot to the other. So you can go 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4. Okay. Right, so I wasn't entirely happy with that inside, so I've moved to outside. I'm going to demonstrate some of that again. So the galley, the hands should be out in the balance position, and then it's 2 hops as you do the circles. So that should look something like this. Hop, hop, 2 big circles, maybe a little one at the end from the side. So your leg is forming a right angle. I'm not as good with my left foot, so I'm sorry if that doesn't look like circles. So all the way round, hands in the balance position, feet together jump. Okay? Now beetle crushers, it's tap with your toe, that foot comes back, you launch off that foot, land on the opposite foot, and then you swap feet. Hands in the balance position, and then they come up and over in a big arc. Tap, launch, land, change feet. Yeah? Now uprights, hands in the balance position again, toe comes behind, and the foot that you've got the weight on, you sort of slide back on that foot. So behind, slide, feet together, jump, and the hands come up and over in a big arc again. Okay, so hopefully that will help a little bit with the slows. And next I will do the whole thing without music. I will try and talk you through it as I do it. Right, so next is the full sequence without music now, so I can talk you through it as we do it, or as I do it. So the music will be playing once to yourself, and then at the end of the first piece of A music you come in with a back step. You start by stepping back on the right foot, back step, feet together, jump, 4 double steps now, and 4 short side steps, normal back step, feet together, jump. Come in with a long side step now for the B music. This is the B music playing now, or it will be. Long side steps, short side steps, hocklebacks this time because it's the B music. Then start again, repeat, so long side steps followed by feet together jump, short side steps, and then this time galley round. And now it's the A music again, and it's going to be slows. So beetle crushers, 4 of those. And short side steps, normal back steps, and then it's B music, so long side steps this time, followed by short side steps, followed by hocklebacks, and repeat long side steps, short side steps, galley round, and it slows with the A music again, uprights this time. 4 of those, short side steps, normal back steps. Then it's B music, so long side steps, followed by short side steps, followed by hocklebacks again, then long side steps, short side steps, and then capers to finish. And then the music ends and that's it. Right, in a minute I will do it to the music.
One to myself first.
Right, so that's the whole thing really. Just one thing to add is if you want to do it as a double jig, whether you do the galley, if you substitute that for 4 capers and then the other person capers in as you caper out, and then you just repeat the same thing, the second person repeats the same thing. So that's quite easy to turn it into a double jig. Hopefully that was useful and you can practice that at home. The main thing is to get the sequence correct. Once you've got the sequence in your mind, the rest of it's not too difficult. So hopefully see you soon out dancing, and keep practicing in the meantime. Goodbye.
Hello, my name's Danny Hammond, and I hope you're enjoying the Gloucester Folk Trail. This is our final day, and we've got lots in store for you today. And right now, a bit of a guitar lesson. So this is one of the things I do when I'm not helping to organise events like this, with the help of a brilliant team, by the way. Yeah, I teach guitar. And today we're going to do Wild Mountain Time, which is a brilliant song, and we're going to look at it in a way that you can play your own Wild Mountain Time. So this is relatively beginner friendly, but I've got a short amount of time, so I might go quick. So try and keep up. I will be giving you chances to play along, so take in the information first, and then I'll let you know when it's your turn to play along if you've got a guitar at home. Even if you're not a guitarist or a musician at all, you may enjoy the lesson, and you may even learn some things about music that you find interesting. All right, so we're in the key of G. So we're going to need the G chord. I'm not going to explain how to play these. I'm just going to go through them. We need the chords G, C, D, E minor, and A minor. So again, that's G, C, D, E minor, and A minor. So you may want to play the C chord slightly differently. So I'm just going to explain this as an easy way. Play the G chord. If you're using a 4-finger G chord, that's what I'd advise. Your ring finger on your 3rd fret of your D string, pinky finger on your 3rd fret of your top E string. This is the top, this is the bottom. It's pitch, not space. Right, so we've got a G chord like this. Simply move these 2 fingers to your A and D strings. Mute your low string, or don't play it. And this is a C9. Different to a normal C, C9. C9, why 9, you may ask? Well, every degree of a scale has a number. So for C, we would start with 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 is the octave. That gives us another C. But above that, 9, and you can see this note is what we get in the chord. And it sounds quite sweet. It also makes for really easy chord changes. There's also two main ways to go about this with your posture on your left hand. This is what I consider your G, key of G posture. It's all quite easy to reach stuff, and you can keep a finger anchored on the 3rd fret of the B string. Key of C posture, you may play your C like this, and you may play your G like this. In the key of C, you're most likely to encounter C, G, and F. And if you can see, everything's easy to access with this posture and this G chord shape like this. It's really about making stuff easy for your hands. So key of C has a good posture, and it works great for this tune as well. Okay, moving on then. There's kind of 5 lines to this tune. That's how I think of it. So what we're going to do now, we're going to step through each line one at a time. So the first line, we're going to need the chords G and C. I'm going to be using the C9 chord on this bit. So we play G, C, G, and G. And so that's, oh, the summer time is coming. So let's try that together. So I'll count us in. Are you ready? G, C, G. 1, 2, 3, 4. G, C, G. Let's try that again. 1, 2, 3, 4. G, C, G. Okay, so we need the next line. So this one, we just need the same chords again, C and G, but this time it's C, C, G, G. So that's, and the trees are sweetly blooming. I'm not a singer, so forgive me for the singing. So let's try that together. C, C, G, G. 1, 2, 3, 4. C, C, G, G. Did you get that? Let's try again. 1, 2, 3, 4. C, C, G. So all in all, we have G, C, G, C, C, G. Let's try that together. 1, 2, 3, 4. G, C, G, C, C, G. Okay, good stuff. Let's try that one more time together. 1, 2, 3, 4. G. Yeah, that was right. Sorry, my bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. G, C, G, C, C, G. Okay, good stuff if you're keeping up so far. Time for line 3. This is really one of the lines of the song. Where the wild mountain grows, where the wild mountain time. It's the name of the song, shouldn't get that wrong. Okay, so this one we need C, D, E minor. So I'm just going to explain a little bit about the theory going on here. So every key has 3 primary chords. And for the key of G, it's G, C, and D. And these all do a different job. So we can think of the key center, G, this is what we call the tonic. It's like the bottom, I like to think. And it's at rest. Doesn't need to go anywhere, doesn't need to do anything. but it'll get very boring if you stay there forever. So to introduce something that might change how the music feels, we could play a C. I kind of think of this as the middle. There's more tension now. It's higher up. It wants to come back to rest down here with the G chord. So the middle is C, and G is at the bottom. So at the top of our tension scale, we have D. And hopefully you can hear this one feels higher, and this one a little lower, and this one at rest. Now, if you want to maximize the tension of a D chord, you can play what's known as a D7. It's kind of like taking a D chord, the triangle shape, and making it an upside down triangle shape. And so you can hear how this comes back to the G chord really nice. And it's got the most tension in there. You can hear this sound in there. What's that about? That's discord. It's not harmony, but it's hidden in the harmony of our chord. And this is what gives it part of its tense feel that wants to resolve and come home. And we call the bottom, the G chord, we call this tonic. We call the middle, the C chord, subdominant. And we call D the top dominant. And the pull from the dominant chord back to the root chord, that's really what functional harmony is all about, which is basically what all Western music is kind of built around. Well, not all of it, you know, some rule breakers out there, but it's a big deal. Okay, moving swiftly on. Let's play the fourth line. So we've had Where the Wild Mountain Thyme, and so now we need Grows Around the Blooming Heather, and that's A minor, G, C. Let's try that together. 1, 2, 3, 4. And one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4. A minor, G, C. Okay, so we're getting there. This next line is important. This is also sometimes the name of the song. Will you go, lassie, go? And this is the same as our very first line, where we just have G, C, and G. So let's try that together. 1, 2, 3, 4. G, C, G. Okay, good stuff if you've been keeping up so far. What I'm going to do now is play the whole thing with you. So what we're going to do, we've got about 15 minutes left. I'm going to share my screen so that you can see the sheet. If you've got the sheet, I just spilt a pint of water. I will clean that up when this lesson is over. If you've got the sheet downloaded from the website, you can follow there. If you don't worry about that, because I will be sharing my screen now. Okay, this is my guitar tablature making software. If you read normal notation, I can get in contact and I'll send you a version of this in standard classical notation. If you don't read tab, don't worry about it. Just ignore all the weird numbers and lines and just look at those easy to understand chord names. G, C, follow that stuff. So what we're going to do now, we're going to play from here and we're going to play all the way down to here. And this is kind of what I think of as a loop of the tune. The first part here is also the last part. So the way it loops around is a little bit interesting. So we'll come back to that. But for now, we're just going to play this much as chords, strumming or picking. If you like to pick, you can pick along with these chords. Okay, so I'll count us in and we'll play these together. 1, 2, 3, 4. G, C, G, C, then G. Then it's C, D, E minor, A minor, G, and C. And then G, C, G. Let's try that again. 1, 2, 3, 4. G, C, G, C, G, C, D, E minor, A minor, G, C, and then G, C, G. So the melody of this, which would be sung with it usually, starts on beat 4. So this is what this is here. These two notes of the melody, and that's oh the before the summer, oh the summertime is coming, of that line. So what we have is the melody starting just before the actual one, the beat of the bar that we're feeling the G chord fall on. So I'm going to count us in, and I'll try and sort of sing it. I'm not really a singer, so be forgiving. I'm doing this for context of the song. I'm sure you guys at home can sing along as well if you like, if you know the words. But the count in will go 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's where the O comes in. Oh, the summertime. The older is like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1. So I won't be saying 4 if that confuses you. That's why. It's because you've got to start singing on beat 4. So that's good to know if you're at home as well and you want to sing along. Let's give it a go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, the summer time is coming, and the trees are sweetly blooming, where the wild mountain thyme grows around the blooming heather. Will you go, lassie, go? And because that line is it's the first line again, this is where the loop kind of starts again. So after go, lassie, go, then we're back to the next line, which is C, C, G. So let's try this again and follow on screen. Just to show you what's out of sight is this G, C, G bit again. So once you've followed this with your eyes to the bottom, just play another G, C, G. So this will hopefully put all the words into context for you so you can understand. 1, 2, 3. Oh, the summer time is coming, and the trees are sweetly blooming, where the wild mountain thyme grows around the blooming heather. Will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to pick wild mountain thyme all around the blooming heather. Will you go, lassie, go? Okay, some people like to add a couple of bars of music before they start singing the next line. If you want to do this, then what I'd recommend at this point, after the second go, lassie, go, I like to play C, D, G. And that gives us that D to G. That gives us that kind of different stage tension resolution jobby. Okay, so if you're looking at the screen, you may be thinking, what are all these lines and numbers about? This is guitar tablature. If you don't understand it, I'm not going to explain it now. You can do your own research. Google is a great friend. If you do understand tablature, you can take part in this next part of the lesson. If you don't, or you're not feeling confident with the chord changes yet, then keep practicing the chord changes. You can carry on playing with us, even if you're a beginner. What I'm going to explain now is the melody as a guitar part. So the guitar is a great instrument. We can play different parts at the same time. So what you're seeing highlighted now are just the melody notes. Will ye go, lassie, go? So what we have here is the melody notes. I'd recommend playing these with fingers because you're going to need your thumb to play these, the bass notes. Oh, the summertime is coming and the trees are sweetly blooming. So you play the bass notes with your thumb and you pick the melody with your fingers. So what I find is sometimes it's best to practice these separately. So we're going to do that now. I'm going to play this from the software. So if you're at home, just practice playing this part along with your fingers. Don't worry if you can't get it all in a couple of loops, because you can go over it in your own time and practice it as much as you like. We're trying to cover a lot of material in a short amount of time here. Okay. So the sound, the MIDI sound will come through with this. And remember, you start your melody on 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And summertime is coming. Are you ready? Okay, off you go. Okay, good stuff. So what we're gonna do now, I'm gonna give you guys a chance. So don't worry if this is a bit tricky. If you've got experience finger picking in the key of G, this may be okay for you. If you don't, it's not too tricky to do this, but to pick it all up in just a few minutes might be a bit much. So again, if you're struggling to play the melody and the bass line, just practice your chord changes. And you could pick through this as well. So just practice that without the melody if that's easier. So let's have a go now playing the melody and the bass notes. Now, I really find it's easier to play the low notes with these fingers and the high notes with these fingers, kind of keeping to our posture. So what I'll do actually, I'll just play it so you can see my left hand and how I tackle it. Melody notes are fingers, bass notes are thumb. So just watch and then I'll play it with the tab and you can have a go yourself. Oh, I didn't mention on the D chord, we have 2 bass notes. We can play the D string, or we can play 2nd fret on the low E string. Choose which one you like the sound of here. That's the D string. And that's where it starts to repeat. So I'm going to give you guys a little go at playing along with that. Are you ready? Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to explain how you might then take this from that level and make it even better and make it your own. So we in that piece of tablature, we just have the bass notes and the melody. That's kind of the bare essentials of the tune, you know, for a fingerstyle arrangement. But we can fill a lot of space with sounds from the chords. So you might want to actually hold chord shapes down, whereas we can play the A minor bass note open and just use a finger here. Well, we can get the same effect just by strumming an A minor chord. We get that bass note and that melody note and these harmony notes in between. So this is what I'm going to recommend you do next and you find your own way with. You get good at playing the bass notes with the thumb, you get good at playing the melody with the fingers. You get good at strumming or picking just through the chords on their own. When you can do all these things relatively well, then you just mix it all up together. So what I'll be doing now, I'll be strumming and playing, strumming, picking, playing melody and harmony. Okay. You might have noticed a missing note in there. We're all human, don't worry about that. I'll get it the next time I play through. So what I'm doing here for a lot of these chords, just playing the chords as you know you would expect to play them. D, for the D chord, I'm playing a thumb bass note of the 2nd fret low E, and then I'm kind of just not bothering with the top note. I'm strumming all the way through and then picking the open B string to get the melody there. And then for E minor, I'm playing E minor with this added finger, strum all the way down, and then pick the open G string. Oops, sorry, bass note missing. And then I like to, on this part, for the C, do what we call a grace note hammer-on. So instead of playing the notes like this, as it is in the tab, you can just hammer on that 2nd fret on the D string, like this, but do it quickly. So it just falls right down. That's what we call a grace note. So I'll just play through this one more time, and then we're going to have to wrap this up. So you can rewind this to watch it back and go over this as many times as you like, and I hope you enjoy playing this and have fun with the tune. So this is a playthrough for your own guidance if you choose to rewind and learn. I'll just stop it there because everything else is a repeat after that, and we need to wrap this up and get on with the next act. So I've been Danny Hammond. I teach guitar in a less hurried format usually hour sessions. If you're interested, get in contact. And right now we have some Morris dancing coming, and that you can join in with and learn your very own Morris dance. So I hope you have fun with that. Goodbye.
Hello, I'm Veronica Lowe, and it's good to be on the folk trail with a couple of poems. This one's a real folk trail. The Rolling English Road by G.K. Chesterton. Before the Roman came to Rye, or out to Severn strode, the rolling English drunkard made the rolling English road. A reeling road, a rolling road that rambles round the shire, and after him the parson ran, the sexton and the squire. A merry road, a mazy road, and such as we did tread the night we went to Birmingham by way of Beachy Head. I knew no harm of Bonaparte, and plenty of the squire, and for to fight the Frenchmen I did not much desire, but I did bash their bagonets because they came arrayed to straighten out the crooked road an English drunkard made. Where you and I went down the lane with ale mugs in our hands, the night we went to Glastonbury by way of Goodwin Sands. His sins they were forgiven him, or why do flowers run behind him and the hedges all strengthening in the sun? The wild thing went from left to right and knew not which was which, but the wild rose was above him when they found him in the ditch. God pardon us nor harden us, we did not see so clear the night we went to Bannockburn by way of Brighton Pier. My friends, we will not go again, or ape an ancient rage, or stretch the folly of our youth to be the shame of age, but walk with clearer eyes and ears this path that wandereth, and see undrugged in evening light the decent inn of death. For there is good news yet to hear, and fine things to be seen, before we go to paradise by way of Kensal Green. We're still on the trail. I married a mapmaker. My husband was one of the Jeans and Welly Brigade of the Civil Service, otherwise known as the Cartographical Surveyors of the Ordnance Survey. He actually physically put the old Severn Bridge on the map. We came back from honeymoon a few months later, and he did a tidal survey on the river. So I could understand this poem from Ursula Fanthorpe, Gloucestershire poet who used to teach at Cheltenham Ladies' College, on buying OS sheet 163. I own all this, not loutish acres that tax the spirit, but the hawking eyes freehold, paper country. 32 inches of aqueduct, windmill disused, clubhouse, embankment, public conveniences in rural areas. This is my landlocked landscape that lives in cipher and is truer than walking. Red and imperial, the Romans stride eastward. Mysterious, yellow, the Saltway halts and is gone. Here, bigger than the hamlets they are, wild wayside syllables stand blooming. Filkins, Lechlade, Broughton Pogs. Here only I discard the umber reticulations of sad cities, the pull and drag of mud. Oh, to be on a train again, especially a steam train in high summer. This is Addlestrop by Edward Thomas. Yes, I remember Addlestrop, the name, because one afternoon of heat the express train drew up there unwontedly. It was late June. The steam hissed, someone cleared his throat. No one left and no one came on the bare platform. What I saw was Addlestrop, only the name. And willows, willow herb and grass and meadowsweet and haycocks dry. No whit less still and lonely fair than the high cloudlets in the sky. And for that minute a blackbird sang close by, and round him, mistier, farther and farther, all the birds of Oxfordshire and Gloucestershire. A poem now from the master of sprung rhythm and observance of nature. Spring by Gerard Manley Hopkins. Nothing is so beautiful as spring, when weeds in wheels shoot long and lovely and lush. Thrush's eggs look little low heavens, and thrush through the echoing timber does so rinse and ring the ear, it strikes like lightnings to hear him sing. The glassy pear tree leaves and blooms, they brush the descending blue, that blue is all in a rush with richness. The racing lambs too have fair their fling. What is all this juice and all this joy? A strain of the earth's sweet being in the beginning, in Eden garden. Have, get, before it cloy. Before it cloud, Christ, Lord, and sour with sinning. Innocent mind and Mayday in girl and boy. Most, O maid's child, thy choice, and worthy the winning. There's a song about Termot Owen, someone who likes that job, backbreaking though it is, better than any other on the farm. On Abbeymead there's a pub called the Termit Hoer, and along its beams you'll see the lines of this poem written. This is Termot Owen from Ivor Gurney. I straightened my back from Termot Owen and saw with suddenly opened eyes tall trees, a meadow ripe for mowing, and azure June's cloud-circled skies. Below, the earth was beautiful of touch and colour, fair each weed, but heaven's high beauty held me still, only of music had I need. And the white-clad girl at the old farm, who smiled and looked across at me, dumb was held by that strong charm of cloud ships sailing in a foamless sea. Ivor Gurney again. Leckhampton chimney has fallen down. The birds of Crickley have cried it. It is known in the town. The cliffs have changed. What will come next to that line watcher of West England, now that landmark has fallen? Severn has changed course. It is known by Barrow. Malvern may heave up other lines by tomorrow, but Maysmore Hill, stable and rounded, shall stay. Not all the good influences will pass away. Cleve will front sunset. Birdlip shall have its road, flung, angled and noble on its breast broad. Many things shall stay, but the stone chimney Leckhampton's mark has fallen, like a stick or a tree. Why is it that poets tell so little of the sense of smell? These are the odours I love well. The smell of coffee freshly ground, or rich plum pudding holly crowned, or onions fried and deeply browned. The fragrance of a fumy pipe, the smell of apples newly ripe, and printer's ink on leaden type. Woods by moonlight in September breathe most sweet, and I remember many a smoky campfire ember. Camphor, turpentine, and tea, the balsam of the Christmas tree. These are the whiffs of gramarye. A ship smells best of all to me. Smells, that was, by Christopher Morley. A Musical at Home by Evie Rea. We've had an awful lot of that lately, haven't we? Especially this weekend, musical at home. And this one would pass for a Twitter feed as well. A little party in the house. The first to come is Mr. Grouse, and he has hardly settled down when they announce Sir Fractious Frown. And just as talk is getting slack, my lord and lady answer back. This is a pleasure, I am proud. Step in, you'll find we're quite a crowd. And Mrs. Contradict, I see, is just behind you. Pardon me. Another ring. Ah, Lady Snap, permit me to remove your wrap. How good of you to come so far and bring the grumbles in your car. Now, bless my soul, I know that face. And yet, of course, it's Miss Grimace. These fashions alter people so. Come in and take your hat off. No? And who's this trotting up the stair? Little Miss Quarrel, I declare. So musical, so quick, so merry, so clever with her fingers, very. Ah, Mr. Bump, good afternoon. I thought we might expect you soon. Another knock. Dear Major Punch, how kind of you to rush your lunch. Let me present Miss Whack. You've met her? Old friends, you say, so much the better. Lord Biff, allow me. Cannon Bat, at school together, fancy that. The world is really very small. Excuse me, someone in the hall. Aha, the gallant Captain Kick. Late? Not at all, you're in the nick. And you, Miss Shindy, come along. We're counting on you for a song. And now I think we're nearly done. All here and happy, but for one. Ah, Mrs. Tears, how do you do? So glad you've brought your music too. What dreadful weather. Do come in. And now we might as well begin. A Musical at Home. We complain about planners and what happens to town planning, house planning, all sorts of things. And 50 years on from this Betjeman one, it's still pretty true. The planster's vision. Cut down that timber. Bells, too many and strong, pouring their music through the branches bare. From moon-white church towers down the windy air have pealed the centuries out with evensong. Remove those cottages, a huddled throng. Too many babies have been born there, too many coffins bumping down the stair, carried their old garden paths along. I have a vision of the future, chum. The workers' flats in fields of soybeans tower up like silver pencils, score on score, and surging millions hear the challenge come. From microphones in communal canteens. No right, no wrong, all perfect, evermore. It's nearly 40 years since Johnny Coppin put together the collection of Gloucestershire poems, Forest and Vale and High Blue Hill. And he set this to music, Frank Mansell's poem, The Roads Go Down. Seven Sound used it as a farewell song at 8 o'clock in the evening. The roads go down to Gloucester town, and Seven seeks the sea. But what road leads where I'd be gone? What river leads to thee? In stalwart bands the beeches stand above the sheltered ground. But in what haven, in what land shall vanished hope be found? White bloomed the thorn on that May morn, sweet called the velvet dove, like rippling breeze on young green corn was the caress of love. The daylight fails, and in the vales the lamps of evening shine. Where is the ship of many sails shall link thy fate and mine? The roads go down to Gloucester town, and Seven seeks the sea. But no road leads where I'd be gone, no river flows to thee. a bit of fun. Her mother was bathing her baby one night, the youngest of 10 and a tiny young mite. The mother turned round for the soap off the rack. She was but a moment, but when she turned back, her baby was gone. In anguish she cried, "Oh, where is my baby?" The angels replied, "Your baby has gone down the plug hole. Your baby has gone down the plug. The poor little thing was so skinny and thin, he ought to have been bathed in a jug. Your baby is perfectly happy. He won't need a bath any more. Your baby is gone down the plug hole. Not lost, just gone before." Well, that's it. I'd just like to thank Danny and everyone involved in putting this whole weekend together. It must have been a huge amount of work and it's very much appreciated. Please God, we'll all be back together doing it live next year. See you then. Bye-bye.
Hiya, I'm Karen Swan. I'm going to sing you a few of my songs in a minute. First of all, I'd really like to give a shout out to Gloucester Antique Centre on Westgate Street. It's a brilliant place. It's a place I love to go to meet up with my friends, which hopefully we can all do again soon. Won't that be wonderful? So you can get really nice cake actually and sit with a piece of cake and a cup of tea or coffee and natter with your friends. Oh, I can't wait, I really can't. And then go and visit all the huge amount of stores they've got. It's fascinating. It's really worth a look and supporting them. So hope to see you there. I'm going to start off with my first song and it's called Haunted. So I walked through the wood and the air was so clear, the sun could be seen going down. And I stood by the trees and I shed a raw tear as they watched me not making a sound. And the king of the wood took my heart as he could, and I promised to keep it within. Many times he had whispered a magical spell, and I felt like a leaf hovering. Do-do, do-do. Many years came and went, and I stayed in this world full of fear and regret and despair. But I'll never forget those sweet times when we met, and such beautiful sounds through the air. When the king of the wood shook my heart as he could, and I promised to keep it within. Many times he had whispered a magical spell, and I felt like a leaf hovering. Do-do, do-do-do-do-do. So I walked through the wood and the air was so clear, the sun could be seen going down. And I stood by the trees and I shed a raw tear as they watched me not making a sound. Until the sun, moon, stars lay in my heart again. Oh, the sun, moon, stars are in my heart. When the sun, moon, stars lay in my heart again. Oh, the sun, moon, This one is called Raggedy Boy. Where did she lie now, the precious me? One who was always so wild and free. Inside the brambles, under the stones, branches entangled, strangled my soul. Branches entangled, strangled my soul. Whispering messages out to the winds. You came along when you stole at the peace, dancing on rainbows, making me sing. I was your angel, you were my king. I was your angel, you were my king. Where does it lay now, that precious part that took my heart and tore it apart? Inside the clouds, under the sea, seaweed entangled, it strangled me. Seaweed entangled, it strangled me. Oh, I lost my way. I'm gonna find me that better day. Ooh, I lost my way, but now I'll find me a better day. Ooh, I lost my way. I'm gonna find me that better way, better day, 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 way. Do 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 do, do 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 do, do 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 do, Where does it lie now, that precious me? One who was always so wild and free. Inside the brambles, under the stones, branches entangled, strangled my soul. Branches entangled, strangled my soul. Whispering messages out to the winds. You came along and you stole everything, dancing on rainbows, changing the world. Raggedy boy and the dewy-eyed girl. Raggedy boy and the dewy-eyed girl. Raggedy boy and the dewy-eyed girl. Go, go. Well, thank you for listening. Wherever you are and whoever you are, I send you light and love. This next one, my last one, is called Light and Time. As light flows from the universe, it grows inside our mind. Heightens any good in us and lust for humankind. Trials and tribulations, painful memories and dust. Winds of change are blowing, growing hope from old mistrust. Winds of change are blowing, growing hope from old mistrust.
Hi, we're Candy and Tony of Incubus Succubus. We're a Gloucester-based band formed in 1989. Okay, this one is a song that traditionally we do later in the year, towards the end of summer, as it's a song all about harvest and sacrifices and the circle of life, the wheel of life. This is called Corn King. This next one is about the death rites associated with the Romany culture, and this is called Gypsy Lament. Why so short-sighted? Simple Girl.
Simple Girl, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, this one is a song that Tony and I wrote about our son, Leon Hades.
Not burning buildings down.
Not burning buildings down. Why did you say that?
Arson.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Not arson, but our. So, yeah, anyway. This is called Bright Star. Thinking it's a cat.
Do you?
Yeah.
It's probably Carmen, isn't it?
Must be the ghost. Okay, this one is a song that Artone wrote, which is essentially it's about living fast, dying young, and leaving a good-looking corpse. And it's called Death and the Virgin. She said, come and take me in a field soon it's too late. She said, come and take me while I am still young. Take me in the springtime with my breast firm, when my eyes shine, when I'm the object of mad desire. Half a woman and half a child. She said, come and take me while I am in bud, when my hair is black and I'm full of love. Take me if you please. Time flies on the breeze. She said, come and take me while I am still young. Take me in the springtime with my breast firm, when my eyes shine, when I'm the object of mad desire. Half a woman and half a child.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to another session of spoken word storytelling on the Gloucester Folk Trail. I'm Chloe of the Midnight Storytellers, and tonight's set is a set of tales of Gloucester, the Cotswolds, and the West Country. And I'm dedicating tonight's performance to my friend, the poet Mickey Byrne, who died yesterday. Now, I've got so many stories from this part of the world, and of course there's never enough time to tell them all. So geographically, I'll be jumping around, and we may get a white cat wandering through at some point. You know what it's like with these Zoom sessions. For those of you who haven't heard much storytelling before, I will, as we go along, talk a little bit about how I work this, and how I collect my material, and how I adapt it for my own purposes. One or two trade secrets might slip out. And of course, this is the very start of my deferred 20 years of tales tour. At last, it's getting going in a way that I really never expected. So let's start right in the city of Gloucester. Back in the days when the tall ships filled the docks at Gloucester. And in that time, there was a young shipwright. He was a superb craftsman. He was the kind of craftsman who knew almost by instinct, never mind his training and experience, he knew exactly which kind of wood to use for what task. And of course, with all the sailing ships in the docks, he was pretty busy most of the time. But when things went quiet, he'd take commissions. And one time, the mayor of Gloucester came to this young man and commissioned him to build a fancy little rowing boat for the mayor's wife for her birthday. You know, the clinker built with a little carved transom at the back. Oh yes, I know some of the vocabulary for this. And there was a date for delivery, and everything was agreed. And the young man set to work. And it was all going so well until there was one last bit of that pretty little rowing boat to finish, and he ran out of wood. He needed a particular well-seasoned length of oak, about, well, actually probably longer than that, but my hands will disappear. So if you imagine, if you hold your arms out wide to full length, that's the piece, that's the length of the piece that he needed. And of course he asked around all the shipyards and the workshops in Gloucester, and do you think they had the wood he needed? No, of course not. And the deadline was creeping up on him. Those of you who are self-employed, you know how this feels. He decided there was just one thing left to do. He had to go himself out to the Forest of Dean, to the wood yards there, and see if they had the wood he needed. So he got a lift on a cart, he went out to some of the villages and the wood yards that he knew, and do you think they had the wood he needed to finish that rowing boat? Well, no, of course not. And by the time he'd gone round to several different places, well, the day was getting on, and he was cold, and he was hungry, and he was thirsty, and he was desperate to find this piece of wood. He started to walk among the trees, literally looking on the ground, looking under the trees for a fallen branch that was the right length and the right kind of seasoned oak to do the job. And dusk was falling, the mists were rising, the owls were hooting. He was getting quite anxious, but he was determined to find this piece of wood. He walked and he looked and he looked and he walked, looking on the ground, not looking where he was going. And as the moon rose, he realized he was completely and utterly lost. And it really was very spooky out there on his own in the forest, until he saw in the distance through the trees a square of yellow light. There was someone's home. And being a sensible young man, he hurried towards that square of light. And in a few minutes, he came to a clearing, and in the clearing was a cottage with smoke rising from the chimney. And yes, light showing out of the windows, the front door wide open. And on the front doorstep stood a little old lady with straggly grey hair and a nose that curved down and a chin that curved up. And the moment that the young man stepped into the clearing, she said, "Hello, dearie. We've been waiting for you. Come on in." Well, she obviously wasn't from Gloucestershire by the sound of her voice. I'll get it right in the next 20 years or so. The young shipwright was ready to run for his life, but just at that moment there wafted out of the open doorway the smell of good food. Most of you will know that the way to a man's heart is through his belly. He went in, and in the kitchen there was a kitchen table and two more old ladies with bright, birdy, beady eyes and noses that hooked down and chins that curved up. They were very welcoming, and they sat him down at the table. He had 4 helpings of a good stew and fresh bread and butter. And then he was full. He'd been walking all day in the fresh air. He was so tired. And one of the old ladies said, "Well, don't you worry. We've got a spare bed in the back of the cottage." I don't know where she came from either. "You can stop the night here." And she took a candle and she showed him to a tiny little room at the back of the cottage, in which there was a bed piled high with comfy looking blankets and pillows. And then out she went and left him, and she took the candle with her. So he had to make his way around the room in the moonlight, coming in, slanting down through the tiny little window. And as he went round the end of the bed, he saw there was a carved wooden chest. It must have been new oak. It was very pale. It almost gleamed in the silvery moonlight. And being a wood craftsman, well, he wanted a closer look as he realized as he bent over it, it was carved all over. And he got closer and wished he hadn't. Because carved all over the pale wood of that chest were brambles and coiling, thorny, twisting branches. And in among and half hidden behind the thorns and the coils were sharp little faces with slanting eyes and fangs. You couldn't tell if they were man nor beast. And just looking at those carvings made shivers go down his spine. But, oh, he was so tired. He kicked off his boots, he jumped into bed, he rolled himself up in the blankets, and in 2 minutes he was... But not for long. Barely an hour had passed when he heard the sound of the bedroom door opening, and he peered in a fright over the edge of his blankets. It was one of the old ladies tiptoeing into the bedroom, but she wasn't looking at him. She went straight to the chest at the end of the bed. She lifted up the lid. That was the lid, not the old lady. And she reached inside, took something out and put it on her head. And she whispered, standing in the full moonlight, she whispered, "By sage and by rue, by my green cap too, take me to Gloucester." There was a swirl of silver and emerald sparks around her, and she vanished from right there in front of him. And his heart went pitter-patter, and he was just about calming down when, guess what happened next? The second old lady came in. Creak. And then the floorboards. Squeak, 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 squeak. Again, it was the floorboards. It wasn't the old lady. She, actually, I should have gone the other way. She went to the chest, took the whatever it was out, put it on her head, said the words, and vanished. Guess what happened next? You got it. The third old lady came in, put something on her head, sparks, words, sparks, and vanished. So this left our hero all on his own in a scary old cottage right in the middle of the rather spooky at night Forest of Dean. He put his boots on and laced them up faster than I can tell you about it. And he was ready to run for his life. Except then his curiosity woke up. What was going on? What was in that chest? He had to find out. So, and it took some courage. He went to the chest and he opened the lid, and of course that blocked the moonlight coming in from the window. So he had to reach down into darkness inside that chest and feel around. Ah! Soft, woolly, warm. It was a woolly winter hat in moss green wool. All right. Nothing happened. Ah, the words. By sage and by rue, by my green cap too, take me to Gloucester. And the world spun around him. He felt as if his insides were being twisted and stretched, and there were sparks flying across in front of him. And then he landed somewhere completely different. And the somewhere completely different had sawdust on the floor, and there was a smell of beer in the air, and there were people laughing and talking, and there was music. He was in the Old New Inn in Gloucester, probably the oldest pub in the city. And there on the far side of the room was the table with the three old ladies, and they waved him over. And he went to join them, And they smiled and they put a tankard of ale in front of him. So he drank that down because he needed to settle his nerves. And then they were eating another supper. And as a young man, well, he couldn't refuse. So he joined them in that. And then the music got going. And you all day you've been hearing how wonderful that is. You can't resist. He couldn't resist. The old ladies. Well, let me tell you, just because you get classed as an old lady, just because your hair goes silver, doesn't mean you want to stop dancing. All of the old ladies wanted to dance at least twice or even 3 times, and that meant the young man had to dance with all of them. And after that, there was more beer, and quite a lot more beer. And then he got to that point of the night, which I suppose you're all too clean living all ever to have done this. That moment where he suddenly felt really, really tired. And he thought if he put his head down on the table for a quarter of an hour, 20 minutes, and have a little nap, then he'd be good to party all night. Well, that was the plan. He put his head down, but he didn't sleep just 20 minutes. It was the next morning when he was being shaken awake, and it was the pub landlord wanting to be paid for all the beer and all the food that the shipwright and the women had consumed the night before. Well, I'm not even, he certainly didn't have that much money with him. I'm not even sure he had that much money. They had, if you'll pardon the phrase in this story, they had pushed the boat out. And in those days, if you couldn't pay your bar bill, you were in dead trouble. He was dragged off to the magistrate. The magistrate sentenced him on the spot to be hung by the neck until dead. They put him in chains, chains on his wrists, chains on his ankles, and they put him in the cart, and he went rattling off out of the city up to the gallows at Over. And there was the executioner waiting for him in the biting cold of the early morning. Right, sir, let's be having you. What's your last request? And our poor young hero, at the last possible moment, he remembered. He said, well, if you please, I'd like to die with my hat on. It was a blooming strange last request, but all right then. So the guards attached our hero's chains to the gallows tree so that he really couldn't get away. But then he was allowed to fish in his pocket, and he took out that woolly green hat and plunked it on his head. And as quickly and quietly as he could, he said, by sage and by rue, by my green cap too, take me home. And the world spun around him. There were sparks flying across in front of his eyes. He felt as if he were being twisted and stretched. And then he landed somewhere else, and the somewhere else was his own workshop. His own workshop with the fresh sawdust on the floor, and his workbench with all his tools neatly laid out or hung in the racks on the wall. But as the magic had seized him and dragged him through the air, there had been all sorts of strange noises, screechings and wailings, and a loud crack. And when he looked, he realized he was still in chains on his wrists, on his ankles. And the other ends of the chains were attached to a huge long piece of the gallows tree, fine, strong oak, just the right kind of wood and just the right length for him to finish making the mayor's rowing boat for his wife's birthday present. Cheers. So there is a bit of a secret about the origin of that story, which I'm not going to tell you right now. In fact, I'm going to hold on to the secret of that one. You can ask me. If ever we should meet, I'll be delighted to tell you. If you follow my website, midnightstorytellers.co.uk, you can email me through that, or you can ask me through my Facebook page, Midnight Storytellers UK, brackets Chloe. And if you ask me on there, I'll be very happy to tell you the secret of that particular odd little story. The next story I want to do for you tonight, it's all the fault of the people in the pub at Minchinhampton. I mean, they told me this story 20-something years ago. So, I mean, if they told me the story, it's about Tom Long, the highwayman of Minchinhampton Common, it must be true. And the trouble with having, see, I used to go across Minchinhampton Common to Nailsworth. Actually, that was to go to storytelling evening classes. And going across Minchinhampton Common, for those of you who don't know it, it's a huge, wide open hilltop, clear open ground with some Roman earthworks and a ditch. And the farmers, it's proper common land, so the farmers leave out their cattle, sometimes their sheep, and at times there have been ponies loose on the common grazing. That's all allowed, and you do have to drive very carefully across there. And coming back from evening class late at night, it's the most magical place because the air is really clean and you can see a sky absolutely bursting with stars. It's as if the stars come right down to the ground. It's an odd optical illusion. But of course, being so high up that hilltop, you often get thick fog. And some nights coming back quite late on my own in the car, the fog was so dense I couldn't keep going, and I'd have to pull the car across to the side of the road and just sit there with my side lights on and just wait until the fog cleared a bit so that I could continue. And then of course a huge shape would loom up beside the car. And I had to remind myself it was just a cow or something like that. It was far too easy to imagine that was something or somebody else, possibly the ghost of Tom Long, the highwayman, who used to rob travellers in coaches and carriages crossing the common. I was told he used to sit on his tall horse under the trees at the side of the common, and he would listen for the rumble of wheels and the clatter of hooves. The common carts he'd let go by, there was no money in those. But the lighter rumble of carriage wheels and the smart clip-clop of well-shod horses' hooves, then he'd pull his scarf up to hide his face. He would load and cock his flintlock pistol, gather up his horse's reins, and at just the right moment he would spur down on the track right in front of the approaching vehicle. Stand and deliver! And I can assure you that when I do this on stage, most of the town will hear. He was a lot louder. He was a lot fiercer. He was terrifying. In those old days, quite a lot of the highwaymen, it was almost fun to be stopped by them. Some of them, a lot of them had once been gentlemen that had gone off to the wars. They'd been cavalry, perhaps, and they'd come back to find their families thought them dead and gone and lost and given up on them and moved on. Or sometimes when they came home, their families were so deep in debt that no honest work was going to help them. And so they turned to being gentlemen of the road. But Tom Long was no gentleman. If you even thought about resisting him, he'd probably shoot you or club you with a heavy handle of his pistol. And then he'd take your money, he'd take your jewels, he'd even rip the lace from your collar and your sleeves, because in those old days, lace was as valuable as gold. And then he was gone. And he was clever at what he did. And also Tom Long was tall and broad-shouldered and carried himself with a swagger. He laughed loud and easy. So he had a wife who adored him. And for a handful of years, they lived really well. Now, I've been shown in Minchinhampton a cottage that is supposed to be where they live. It looks nothing from the lane. There isn't even a window in the wall along the lane. But apparently, when Tom Long and his wife lived there, they lived almost as well as the Lord and Lady of the Manor. In a time when most people barely had a three-legged stool for furniture to sit by the fire and a straw mattress to sleep on, well, Tom and his wife, they had an actual dining table with chairs. They had a four-poster bed with heavy curtains to keep out the drafts and the mice. They could eat meat at least once a week. Of course, they had smuggled French brandy and wine. And in fact, they were doing so well, they could even afford the fashionable new drink of the day all the way from London. They were drinking coffee. And many was the night when Tom was out working that Mrs. Tom would sit by the hearth, stirring on the back of the range. There'd be a big pot of stew, keeping warm for when he came back. And down on the hearth, a little can of coffee simmering away. But Tom's reputation spread a little too far and a little too fast. And it was a night of thick, swirling fog. When Tom was after special prey, he sat on his tall horse under the trees at the side of the common, and the damp dripped down through the branches, trickling down the back of his neck. And he was listening for the heavy thundering of horses' hooves and the slow rumble of the mail coach wheels. This would be a rich prize. He'd been waiting for this one for a long time. And he heard them coming. Pulled up his scarf, prepared his pistol, gathered up his reins, spurred his horse down onto the track, and as the lead horses and the coach burst out of the fog towards him, "Stand and deliver!" And all the horses and the coach came to a gravel scattering, skidding halt. Tom spurred his horse towards them and just had a moment to think. That was easy. That was too easy. And even as he thought that, the covers over the top of the coach, where they normally kept the luggage, those covers were flung back, and there were 6 soldiers, 6 redcoats, who leapt to their feet, pistols and a blunderbuss. The 6 of them fired as one man, and Tom's horse reared up, and everyone saw the rider begin to fall from the saddle. The horse bolted, and as Tom fell, his spurred boot heel caught in the stirrup iron, and the last that anyone saw of him, he was being dragged along the ground, away into the mists and darkness. That night, Mrs. Tom sat up waiting for her husband to come back. Waiting and waiting, with the church clock chiming the hours, and midnight and gone, and owls hooting across the Nailsworth Valley, and still nothing. And then a clatter of hooves outside. Mrs. Tom ran out, and there was Tom's horse, reins trailing, saddle empty. She grabbed the reins, and as she soothed the animal, she realized that its mane and its neck and the saddle were sticky with blood. And Tom never came home that night, nor any other. Apparently the villagers of Minchinhampton were kind to Mrs. Tom. She was allowed to continue to live in the cottage, but all the fine furniture and everything had to be sold to keep her going. And they say that to the end of her days, she would sit up late into the night beside the range, at the back of which was a foul, mouldy old pot of rotten meat stew. And down on the hearth, there was a dried out, a desiccated can of coffee. And you may think, well, that's just one of those highwayman stories with a sad ending. But you see, the thing is, on those nights when I was held up in the fog in my car on Minchinhampton Common, when I opened the window a little for some air, I got that smell of old cooking. I got that burnt scent of coffee that's been kept warm for far too long. And in the distance, from time to time, I know that I heard the sound of galloping hooves. Cheers again. All right. I'm looking in horror at my watch, seeing how fast the time is going. I hope it's going as quickly for you. Right, we're going to go south now because I promised some West Country stories. Right, this is one that I was given recently. So thank you, Beth Webb, who had this story from the fabulous Somerset storyteller Ruth Tongue. I mean, what a name for a storyteller, isn't it perfect? And this is a story from the Quantock Hills in Somerset. So basically, if you go down the M5, go past Bristol, keep going, and then look to your right, there's some hills, and that's the Quantocks. And in the old days, the grown-ups would tell their children, now you be good when you're out and about, or old Tom will get you. And they didn't mean a highwayman. They meant old Tom, the magic white pony of the Quantocks. Yes, I know we're supposed to call a white horse or pony grey, but this was probably meant to be a fairy animal, and the fairy animals have white coats and red furred ears. That's how they described him. And emerald green eyes. The grown-ups would say to the children, you've been bad, you've been wicked, old Tom will get you. He'll stare at you with his green eyes and he'll turn you to stone. There was a woodcutter, lived in the Quantocks, and he had 2 children from his first marriage, a boy and a girl, and he'd married again. The stepmother and the 2 children didn't get on. The 2 children said nothing and kept out the way as best they could, because they could see that the new wife was making their dad happy. He smiled again, he laughed, he was whistling when he went off to work and when he came home. But when he was out of the cottage at work, the stepmother treated the children badly. She shouted at them. She found fault with them. They did their best to help around the cottage, and goodness knows there was plenty to do. There was firewood to be brought in. There was water to be found from the stream or the well. There was cleaning up to do. But they couldn't do a thing right, according to their new stepmother. And she said they were stupid. She said they were useless. She said they weren't worth the food put on the table in front of them. And when the woodcutter came home at the end of the day, she wouldn't stop scolding the children in front of him, and then turning to him and saying how wicked they'd been and how lazy they'd been and how rude to her they had been. And bit by day, by week, by month, she was turning the dad against his own children. And more often, anger came into his face when he looked at them. It came to winter, a hard winter, deep snow, hard ice, biting cold winds. The stepmother turned to the children with a strange sort of a smile. She said, "Your dad don't think much of you at the moment. Time you did something to remind him that you love him. Time you did something to please him. Do you remember he loves strawberries? So why don't you go out now and find your dad some strawberries? Here's a basket, and don't come back till it's full." And the children looked at each other and they said, but stepmother, it's the middle of winter. It's deep snow outside. We can hardly walk through it. That's not my problem, is it? You go and find your dad some strawberries and prove to him that you love him still. And maybe he'll think better of you. And the children wrapped themselves up in old sacking, and they stuffed their thin little shoes with straw, because they didn't have proper boots and they didn't have proper coats. They didn't really have gloves. They just wrapped bits of rag around their hands. And they set off. And the first flakes of another snowstorm were already coming down. And the sun was already low in the sky. In the summer, the children knew immediately where they would go up into the edge of the woods to find wild strawberries for their dad. And they went to that place and they scuffed away the snow. But of course, it was the middle of winter. There were no strawberries there. And as the dusk deepened and the snow started slapping into their faces, the children couldn't face going back. They couldn't face their stepmother. They couldn't face not giving their dad strawberries. So the children went on up through the woods and came out onto the open hilltops. And now the wind, the icy wind, was cutting into their faces. And the night was gathering. And as the snow swirled around them, and the children's fingers and toes and faces were numb with cold, they lost all notion of which way to go or what even to do. And they sank down into the snow, huddling together. And then they heard a trampling, a snorting, and they looked up in terror as a small wild pony came trotting out of the gloom towards them, shaking its mane. And they thought, it's old Tom come to get us. But this was not a white pony. This was a little moorland pony, half covered in mud, basically. It trotted around them, lifting up its hooves high, snow flying off. And its backside was covered in mud, and it's all up its back and its neck. There was caked mud. And they couldn't see the color of its ears. They couldn't see the color. It had great big hairy hooves. And its eyes were large, brown, and kind. And it stopped, and it very gently nudged at them and snuffled a bit in that way that a kind pony has. And the children realized it wanted them to go with it, to follow it. And they were only too glad to get alongside it, the boy on one side, the girl on the other side, and they reached their icy fingers under the mane. It was a bit cleaner under there, and it was warm, so they hung on close, and the pony kind of walked them along back towards the edge of the woods. And when they got in to the start of the trees, they were a bit more protected from the blizzard. And the pony took them to where there seemed to be a huge bank of snow. And of course, it was gorse bushes that had been covered over. And when they got around the other side, a little further into the woods, it was really much more sheltered. There was snow going across the top, but they could crouch down. And then the children realized there were a lot of fallen branches around the clearing with good dry twigs, and they gathered them. And then at the end of this pile of gorse covered in snow, there was a stack of logs. Their own dad must have worked up there earlier in the season, and he'd stacked small logs there, perhaps not worth carrying down, and he'd left them there. And of course, the children had with them their pocket knives and their flints, their fire steels. They never went anywhere without them. So they got a little fire going, scraped sparks into dry grass, got a little golden yellow flame flickering, smoke curling, a crackle, and then warmth, lots of warmth. And they were using the logs and the children huddled together. But still they were chilled right through, and they didn't think they would last the night. But that is when the little wild pony very delicately walked around behind the children. And in that comical way that a horse or a pony has, it went down on its knees and down on its rump and settled itself in right behind the children. And they realized that its belly was round and furry and warm like a cushion and clean enough and smelled of clean pony. And they leant back and cuddled together and cuddled into the whiteness of that belly, and they went to sleep, warm and safe all night. First thing in the morning, they woke, the pony was gone, they were cold again, but the storm had stopped. The sky was clear blue, there were even birds singing high in the branches. And the children got themselves up and were wondering where to go when they heard shouts, calls echoing up through the trees. Someone was coming up through the woods from the valley below, and they heard their names being called. It was their dad. He'd come looking for them. They shouted back, and a moment later, their dad ran to them across the clearing, flung his arms around them and hugged them close. But the stepmother had followed. And as soon as she got to the dad and the two children, she was scolding, she was berating. What do you think you are doing, you two? We were sick with worry all night. Your poor dad, he nearly had a heart attack. What do you think you were doing, insisting, going out to find strawberries at this time of year for your dad? Never heard such rubbish in all my days. It's the middle of winter. And she wouldn't stop. And the children tried to break in. They tried to say, but it wasn't our idea. You were the one who wanted us to go and get strawberries. But she was going on, and the children could see their dad's face clouding, darkening. They could see anger starting again. And at that moment, from deeper in the woods, there was loud neighing. And out came the white pony. No mud on it now, mane and tail flying clear. It trotted fast and hard, its little hooves with tufts of hair flying, pounding into the snow, scattering it in all directions. The dad and the children flinched off to one side. The stepmother couldn't move at all. She stared in horror as the white pony trotted straight up in front of her and stopped in a swirl of snow. And it neighed again. Its whole body shook with furious neighing as it stretched out its neck and its nose, and it stared. the stepmother. Behind the pony, the woodcutter and the two children thought they saw a flash of emerald green. And when they looked again, the pony had gone, and where the woman had been was a stone, a woman-sized stone. And that was the end of her. The dad hugged his children close and realized that old Tom had come to deal with the bad and the wicked. The woodcutter realized he'd married a bad lot. He realized old Tom had saved him, his children, and all his family. And as far as I know, they lived happily to the end of their days. And that is the story of old Tom, the white pony of the Quantocks. My goodness me. I've got so many more stories I want to tell you. Well, I'll have to come back another year. Or if you look at my website, midnightstorytellers.co.uk, if you look at my Facebook pages, I've got Midnight Storytellers UK brackets Chloe. I've also got the Dragon Whisperer, because that's what I do for family storytelling. Yeah, I can talk about dragons even more than ponies. So if you follow me on one of those things, you'll find out what gigs I'm doing. I'm hugely grateful to Gloucester Folk Trail for inviting me to perform. It's been a while since I've had a chance to get in front of a big live audience, what with one thing and another. So it's been an absolute joy. And I will finish with, because you've been sitting there thinking her stories go on forever. Let me finish with the shortest ghost story in all England. And it goes like this. There were two men working in a field on a farm. And one of them stopped and stretched and said to the other, he said, here, you know all them stories about ghosts? It's a load of rubbish. I don't believe it. Them ghostesses, I don't believe it. And the other man straightened up and looked at him and he said, oh, don't he? And he vanished. Thank you very much. Good night, everybody. It's been an absolute joy to have you listening, and I hope we will see each other very soon. Cheers.
1, 2, 3.
Spots and spider and beauty.
introduce ourselves?
I think we probably should.
We're going to introduce that song that we just did.
What's it called?
Hunting the Hare. That was Hunting the Hare.
Hunting the Hare, and the tune is called Swaggering Boner.
Yeah, yeah. And we are Kate Aitken and Carl Merrick.
That's it. Hello, Gloucester.
Hello.
It's nice to be back.
Or something.
What are we doing now? We're going to do
Willow Tree.
the Willow Tree.
Yeah. We performed this out for the first time in Gloucester last year at Gloucester Folk Trail, didn't we?
Yeah, we did actually. Yeah, that was great.
Yeah.
Impromptu gig at the Ship, I think it was.
I was quite drunk by then.
Yeah, me too. It was good. We probably played it twice this speed, didn't we?
Yeah, probably.
Right. What's this? This is the Willow Tree.
that was Willow Tree.
That's nice.
We've had to add that one in because Carl broke his other guitar. We were supposed to be doing a different one.
It's a special guitar. It's the world's smallest guitar.
It's the world's smallest guitar, so you're missing out on the world's smallest guitar. Filthier, redo.
That was a sea song, wasn't it? A song about the sea. This is another song about
This
the
is
sea.
another song about the sea, you know? Come on.
No, because it's just interesting because we're both from the West Midlands.
Yeah.
So it's a great seafaring nation of Birmingham. That's what this is about.
It is, it is.
Sailing the canals.
What's it called?
The Welcome Sailor.
Yep.
nice. I'm moving over a bit. I feel like I'm knocking over.
Far away. Yeah, so this time last year, we decided to book our first trip away together. We thought, oh no, let's go to Gloucester. That's not too far away. And we booked it, didn't we? And then after we booked it, we looked to see what was going on. And lo and behold, there's a whole folky event, the Gloucester Boat Trail.
It was perfect.
Oh, it was brilliant, and we were so happy, and we had such a great time. And we visited so many lovely, lovely pubs.
We did. What?
Didn't we?
We've got to name some businesses that we really enjoyed.
Well, the lovely, lovely pubs that I really enjoyed. There was the Turk's Head. That was a lovely.
I was going to say Turk's Head was really great. Was that the one we had the sing along in the back room?
Yeah, that was
good.
A tiny little one. We sat there and played chess, and the beer was brilliant, and the atmosphere was brilliant, and we just had a fantastic night there.
Where else
didn't
did we go? The Dick Whittingtons. Was that the night we were there on the last night and we got a bit drunk? That was good.
Yeah,
we were drunk for most of it.
Great beer there as well. Great beer there. Great atmosphere.
I'll tell you where was nice. The Antique Centre. Remember we saw Karen Swan there?
Oh yeah. Oh, that was lovely as well.
Yeah.
So,
She's from Gloucester and she now lives in Birmingham as well. She's my mate.
your mate. But yeah, it was brilliant all round. And also, we kept saying it while we were there. We were quite drunk, but we kept saying how wonderful the people are.
Yeah.
And we just felt so welcome to be the whole time.
They were really friendly.
Anyone that met us while we were there would remember us doing that.
Oh, what was the cafe? Cafe Rene? Cafe, I don't know how to say it. Is it Cafe Rene or Cafe Rene? That was brilliant.
Yeah, that was brilliant as well.
That was, we went there the first night and then we got talking to the bar staff there, didn't we?
Yeah.
About all the things that were going on.
Yeah.
That was great.
They were super friendly and we had some good food as well.
We were there like every night, didn't we? Yeah.
Generally all round.
Good food at Cafe Rene.
Anyway, music.
What's this one called?
Lost
T stands for Thomas.
T stands for Thomas. Oh, I've marked this off and I've lost it. I do know it. I just have a memory of a fish. That's the thing, isn't it? That doesn't have a very good memory.
Goldfish.
Goldfish.
Yeah, memory like a goldfish.
That's the one.
Start.
So I've got to remember where to start.
That's it.
A minor doesn't help. I need a string. What, come in? Oh, as I was walking on a morning, I sat down by an old pasture tree. Thought to hear two lovers talk, to hear what they got to say, to find out something more about waltzing. And the spirits stands the tar beside the rose. J-O and stands for John. W-E announced that the
just about.
Nearly lost it.
You see those choppy chords? Because my guitar, I think it was out of tune. We went in sort of first or second verse.
I feel like I need that guitar now, don't I?
You do? You tune it up?
Oh man.
So, what's this last song? It's
No, it's not actually, it's just you.
Is it? Alright. It's a beautiful guitar, but it always sounds like it's a little off.
Right.
What's this last one? This is about the time we went to Gloucester for the folk trial, and we went poaching.
Oh yeah, we went poaching. It was a terrible time.
The times were hard. We spent all our money at Cafe Renee and Dick Whittington's
And we
and
had
the
to go
Oak's Head.
catch a rabbit and cook it in the hotel.
We did.
The matchstick fire.
That was a lovely hotel, wasn't it? That was pure quality. What?
I can't remember what it was called. It was by
It was a budget travel lodge.
by
What was
the
it?
bus station or something.
Oh, well, yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
Isn't there two versions of this
There's
song?
this version. A lot of people know this as the Lincolnshire Poacher, but in the Penguin Book of Folk Songs, which I've got at home, it's the Gloucestershire Poacher. And the main difference that I can see between the two is that in the Lincolnshire Poacher, the poachers just get caught and then run away. But in the Gloucestershire Poacher, they get caught and then beat up the gamekeeper. So there you go. That's the main difference.
Lovely people in Gloucester.
So this is the Gloucestershire or the Lincolnshire Poacher.
Let's go.
I'll kind of see it, right?
All right.
1, 2, 3, go.
All right, start that
Would
again.
you like to do that?
Yeah, no, it's all right. I changed my leg position. Threw me off. I've only played not very long on the constant.
Oh no, you've not been playing the constant very long.
Still.
You're doing very well.
Right, try it again.
1, 2, 3, go. Oh, I was born in neighbourhood famous Gloucestershire. I served a master faithfully for over 7 years. Until I took to poaching, quickly you should hit. Oh, it's my delight and a shining light, the season of the year. Oh, it's my delight and a shining light, the season of the year. That's me and my companion setting up the snare. Was there is five again, we got for him, we did not care. We can rest and fight, we boys can go anywhere. Oh, it's my delight and a shining light, the season of the year. Oh, it's my delight and a shining light, the season of the year. The gamekeeper came up to us, said, what does you hear? I'll send you both to prison for setting up the snare. With that we knocked the keeper down, the club warmed his ear. Oh, it's my delight and a shining light, the season of the year. Oh, it's my delight and a shining light, the season of the year. Good luck to every gentleman here in Gloucestershire. Good luck to every poacher who goes to set a snare. Bad luck to every gamekeeper who will not send steer. Oh, it's my delight and a shining light, the season of the year. Oh, it's my delight and a shining light, the season of the year. Now, the more keenly, people that were listening more clearly among you then,
Keenly.
will have noticed that I completely missed out a verse. However,
How does the verse go?
we're not doing it again.
Oh. You
But
better
I just
hopefully
was-
press record on that.
Well, I think I'll press record. I think for the sake of a verse and for the sake of doing this in one shot, that we'll take that. With yeah.
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 I'm happy with that. That's
Good.
good. That's
Good.
okay.
There we go then. Lovely verse, but
thank
maybe
you very
one
much.
day.
Hopefully we'll see you next year. Well, we'll definitely come anyway, even if you don't book us. Yeah, thanks for having us. We've been Kate Akers and Carl Merrick, and we've got Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, all that nonsense. Just look us up. Thank you, and
enjoy the rest of the festival.
Yeah,
we will.
Definitely.
Beer time.
Beer time. Right, see you next year. Bye.
Hello, I'm Danny from the Folk Trail team. What a wonderful weekend it's been. Full of brilliant music, poetry, performance, storytelling and dancing. I never thought I'd be dancing a ceilidh in my own living room. I've thoroughly enjoyed every part of the weekend, and I hope you guys have as well. Thank you so much for tuning in and being a part of it. I hope you've all enjoyed every part of it as much as I have, and it's really been a wonderful, wonderful weekend. One to remember. Thank you to everyone who's contributed and made this weekend something special. It's really great that we've been able to put it all together and do something online this year. A pandemic can't stop us having fun, and that's really, been proven with this. I've had such a great time all weekend. Thank you. I really look forward to seeing you all in a pub one day soon with some live music. I can't wait for that time to come. And in the meantime, things like this can keep us going. It's great. A big, big thank you to Gareth from the Civic Trust, Emily from Gloucester Bid, Bill of Redbill, Lassington Oak, that Charlotte, and Pat from Way Out West. Without you guys, none of this would have been possible. There's been a lot of work behind the scenes, and I'm really honoured to be part of such a great, great team. Really good people. It's not over yet, though. These may sound like the final words, but we have 2 more things coming. There's a session if you want to join in and interact with the musicians, play a bit yourself, sing along, then you're welcome to do that. You'll have to join via Zoom. The links are on the website and we'll post them in the comments too. And there's also an extra special bonus performance from Discovery. We'll be playing this on YouTube. So if you're watching on YouTube, just keep watching if that's what you'd like to do. That'll be coming up just after this announcement. And then on Facebook, unfortunately, we're limited to the amount of hours we can live stream. So we'll be starting a new feed for this final performance. So all you need to do is click on the new feed and you can watch that video. I hope you enjoyed the very last moments of the Gloucester Folk Trail for this year, and I hope you've all had a great weekend. Thanks. Bye.
Hello, we are Discovery, and this time last year we were singing in the lovely Fountain Inn in Westgate Street. We would have liked to have been doing so this year, but unfortunately the virus dictated otherwise. But it's a great pub. As soon as we're able to get back there, we will be enjoying the food and the nice atmosphere and
the beer.
Yes.
Okay, this is a well-known song. This is a less familiar version of it, collected from Cecilia Costello of Birmingham. Write me down, you powers above, that first created man to love. I've a diamond in my eye, where all my joy and fancy lie. I would give you gold, I would give you pearls, if only you'd fancy to be my girl. All such costly robes you'd wear, if only you'd fancy to be my dear.
Oh, it's to leave my friends for your advice. I don't intend to marry at all, or be at any young man's call.
So he picked up his hat, he was going away.
She said, young man, don't go, but stay, stay, oh stay, my heart is true. I never will wed a man but you.
So they went to church the very next day, and they were married without delay.
So now she is this young man's wife, she'll prove his comfort day and night.
Now she is this young man's wife, she'll prove his comfort day and night.
Perhaps. Now this next one is a poem written by W.B. Yeats and set to this lovely tune by Ian Woods. And it's a love song, so really, it's a love song to the Lake Isle of Innisfree. I will arise and go now, and go to Innisfree, and a small cabin built there, of clay and wattles made. 9 bean rows will I have there, and a hive for the honey bee, and live alone in the bee-loud glade. And I shall have some peace there, for peace comes dropping slow, dropping from the vales of the morning to where the cricket sings. Their midnights all a glimmer, and noon a purple glow, and evening filled with the linnet's wings. I will arise and go now, for always night and day I hear lake water lapping with low sounds by the shore, while I stand on the roadway or on the pavement grey. I hear it in the deep heart's core. I will rise and go now, and go to Innisfree, and a small cabin built there, of clay and wattles made. 9 bean rows will I have there, and a hive for the honey bee, and live alone in the bee-loud glade.
Thank you. The next song was written by the wonderful Mike Scott, who is sadly no longer with us, Mike Danvers Scott, a wonderful songwriter, and in my opinion, this is one of his best. Century turned like a mystery card. Some found it easy, some found it hard. Me and Billy, we ruled the schoolyard. Some people said we were mean. No arse in our trousers, no toes in our shoes, begging from the toffs in the music hall queues. The war called Billy, he should have refused. He told them he'd just turned 19, dressed to kill with his uniform on. The cap was way too big and the sleeves were too long. But now the years since then have cast him aside, the aging fingers clinging on to his pride. And now me and Billy, we're just two silly old men. Nobody asks our advice anymore. They just don't want to know what we learned in the war. Me and Billy, we're just two silly old men. Silly old men. Billy came home on invalid pay. A wandering shell took his shoulder away. He got a shiny medal. There were others that day who paid for colored braid with their lives. Billy always had a girl on his one good arm. He was short in stature, but not short on charm. By the time they sounded the second alarm, he had 3 sons to send to the line. They all came home with a question in their eyes, a question Billy thought would never arise. He had been given the answer once before. They said this is the war to end wars. And now me and Billy, we're just two silly old men. Nobody asks our advice anymore. They just don't want to know what we learned in the war. Me and Billy, we're just two silly old men. Silly old men. These cute little nurses still give me a thrill. They pick up the photographs on my windowsill. They say this one is you, I'd say no, that one is Bill. They make the same mistake every time. And Billy's 3 sons, they all take turns to call. They keep sliding glances at the clock on the wall. They don't stay too long, they're no fun at all. They seem to think they're all sons of mine. I have to say I'm a little confused. Think it's the effect of these tablets they use. I just can't get these things straight in my mind. Me Me and Billy were two of a kind, and now me and Billy, we're just two silly old men. Nobody asks our advice anymore. They just don't want to know what we learned in the war. Me and Billy, we're just two silly old men. Silly old men. Silly old men. Mike Scott, bless him.
It's worth having a look actually for his other songs. They're all on Bandcamp. If you just Google for Mike Danvers Scott, and they're all there, and there are so many good songs. Now this next one is a very old song, probably from the 17th century. It's a love song, one of my favourites. And it was collected
In Piddletown in Dorset.
Wonderful name.
Some people changed to Puddletown, I wonder why.
Come all you mates who live at a distance, many a mile from off your swain. Come and assist me this very moment, for to pass away some time, singing sweetly and completely songs of pleasure and of love. For my heart is with him altogether, though I live not where I love. When I sleep I dream about him, when I wake I take no rest, every moment thinking on him, my heart ever fixed in his breast. And though far distance may be of assistance, from my mind his love to remove, my heart is with him altogether, though I live not where I love. The world shall be of one religion, all living things shall cease to die, before I prove false unto my jewel, or any way his love deny. The world shall change and be more strange, if ever I my mind remove, for my heart is with him altogether, though I live not where I love. So farewell lads and farewell lasses, now
This is probably an even older song. It comes from Bascom Lamar Lunsford. It's an old ballad which clearly crossed the water. He knew it as Little Margit. Where I saw it published, it had already been changed back to Lady Margaret, and it's a ballad stripped down to its essentials, really. Lady Margaret sitting in her high hall door, combing her long yellow hair, she spied sweet William and his new-made bride riding from the church so near. She throwed back down her ivory comb, throwed back her long yellow hair, says, I'll go down for to bid them farewell, never more go down there. It fell later the very same night, when they were fast asleep. Lady Margaret appeared all dressed in white, standing at their bed feet. How do you like your pillows, says she? How do you like your sheets? How do you like that fair young bride that lies in your arms asleep? Oh, it's well that I like my pillows, says he, and it's fine that I like my sheets. Better do I love that fair pretty maid standing at my bed feet. Once he's kissed her snow white hand, twice that he's kissed her cheek, 3 times he's kissed her clay cold lips, he's fallen in her arms asleep. Is Lady Margaret in her bower? Is she in the hall? No, Lady Margaret is in her coal black coffin, her face turned to the wall. Lady Margaret.
Well, this next one sounds like it's all about flowers and trees and things, but really it's not. It's all about choosing the right bloke. And the singer rejects romantic love, represented by the red rose, in favour of true faithfulness and reliability, as envisaged, as what? Suggested by the oak tree.
Yeah, sure.
Tis young men and maidens all that are just in your prime. I would have you to weed your gardens clean, and let no one steal your time. For time is the finest thing that does flourish by night and by day. But there came by such a false young man, and he stole all my time away. So now I've no old time left, and no room for to plant any new. For in the same place where my old time grew, flower for me. The red rosebud I will pluck off and plant a jolly old tree. Stand up, oh you jolly, jolly oaks. Don't wither and don't die, for I will prove true to the one that I love, as the stars that are in the sky. I will prove true to the one that I love, as the stars that are in the sky.
The next song comes from John Tams, who originally wrote it for Lark Rise to Candleford, and then it appeared again in Warhorse, but with a different melody. Cruel winter cuts through like the reaper. The old year lies withered and slain. But like barley corn who arose from the grave, the new year will rise up again. And the snow falls, the wind calls, the year turns round again. And like barley corn who arose from the grave, a new year will rise up again. And I'll wager a hatful of guineas against all of the songs you could sing, that someday you'll laugh and the next day you'll lose, and winter will turn into spring. And the snow falls, the wind calls, the year turns round again. And like barley corn who arose from the grave, a new year will rise up again. But there will come a time of great plenty, a time of good harvest and song. But till then put your trust in tomorrow, my friend, for yesterday's over and done. Plough and sow, reap and mow, the years turn round again. But like barley corn who arose from the grave, a new year will rise up again. And the snow falls, the wind calls, the year turns round again. And like barley corn who arose from the grave, a new year will rise up again. John Tams.
Well, we're going to finish this set with another song from the lovely from Mike Scott, And I'd like you to just picture this. It's a party, it's a family party. Granny's there, Grampy, aunties, uncles, everybody's in their best clothes, kids are dolled up to the nines. Sherry's flowing freely. And then suddenly this sweet little child comes out with a word.
Which nobody knew she knew, and nobody has the least idea where she learnt it. The child said a bad word and we all went into shock. She stood there in her pigtails and her turquoise party frock, and uttered that expletive, unmistakable and clear.
And we all looked at each other and made out we didn't hear.
The child said a bad word and she stunned us all to silence.
Her mother smiled benignly, but her thoughts had turned to violence.
Auntie Mavis just looked puzzled, as she was to some extent. She'd heard the word 1,000 times, but never knew what it meant. The child said a bad word and the sherry glasses shattered, and Uncle Pip, already tipsy, wondered if it mattered.
Little brother, wide-eyed innocent, said, "Daddy, that's what you say."
And Daddy, disconcerted, mopped his forehead with his toupee. The child said a bad word with a fair amount of zeal.
The flying ducks fell off the wall and the hamster stopped his wheel.
The goldfish never noticed, not surprising on the whole, considering the very poor acoustics of his bowl. The child said a bad word and our leaders called a summit.
There was rioting and looting and the stock market did plummet.
The Messiah, coming down to earth our wicked ways to mend, said, "I don't think they're quite ready," and proceeded to ascend. The child said a bad word and the polar ice did crack. Our next door neighbour was so scared he brought our mower back. Peace treaties that were broken, warring factions strove to mend. Too late, too late, the child has spoken, and the world's come to an end. Thank you. We have been Discovery. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.